Chapter 239. In the beginning, he didn't think there was anything to ask, but then he found that there were countless unanswered questions, facing the Pope's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Qin Changsheng was silent for a long time. Although he was young, it didn't mean he didn't understand. He knew that there were some questions that he couldn't ask, such as Xining village, his senior, or the orthodoxy, so he could only ask about things that could be asked, such as the Garden of Zhou. After hearing his question, the Pope gave a slight smile and said, "There are some very important items in the Garden of Zhou that you must obtain, because you are representing the Li Palace on this trip." Qin Changsheng directly asked, "Who will compete with me?" These words sounded a bit arrogant, but in reality it was very honest. In the Zhou dynasty, who dared to compete with the Li Palace? In reality, he already had an answer in his heart. He just needed confirmation. The Pope said, "The orthodoxy is divided into the north and the south. Since you are representing the Li Palace to the Garden of Zhou, then those who dare to compete with you and will compete with you are naturally people from the south." The Pope didn't clearly tell him what the important item in the Garden of Zhou was. He only said that when Qin Changsheng saw that item, he would know that it was the item he was looking for. In reality, Qin Changsheng had already guessed what the item was, but the Pope didn't say it for some reason, so he naturally couldn't bring it up. Thinking back to what Luo Luo had said on the great banyan tree in the afternoon, he knew that his opponents in the Garden of Zhou were probably the ethereal opening experts from Holy Maiden Peak, the Longevity Sect, and Scholatry Manor. And that girl, is Su Yu Rong sure she will enter the Garden of Zhou? He asked. The Pope seemed to know what he was thinking and smiled. On the day you entered the Mausoleum of Books, news came from the south that Su Yu Rong broke through into the ethereal opening realm in a small town and directly entered the upper realm. In other words, her current realm is the same as yours. If you meet her in the Garden of Zhou, it will definitely be very interesting. Qin Changsheng was silent, thinking that if their realms were the same, then he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat her. Because of this fact, he was silent for a long time before continuing to ask, "What about Qiu Shanjun?" According to the rumors, he is deeply in love with Su Yu Rong and cares for her. If Su Yu Rong enters the Garden of Zhou, he should follow her. He tried to make his tone as calm as possible, but he was a 15-year-old boy after all. His tone was a little strange, especially when he said the words affectionate. The Pope smelled the faint sour smell floating in the hall, and his smile grew even wider. He said, "That's why I said this matter is very interesting. 10 days ago, Qiu Shanjun succeeded in star condensation, so he has no way of entering the Garden of Zhou. So no matter what you and Su Yu Rong do in the Garden of Zhou, he has no way of disturbing you." These words contained a mischievous tone that was completely inconsistent with His Holiness' status, to the point that it was annoying. Qin Changsheng stared blankly for a moment before regaining his senses. Suddenly, he understood the main point of the Pope's words, and his face revealed a shocked expression. Qiu Shanjun succeeded in star condensation. Previously, when he was fighting over the key to the Garden of Zhou with the demon experts, he was heavily injured. Instead, it brought about a stroke of good fortune. Using this opportunity, he successfully broke through. Qin Changsheng was silent and speechless. If he remembered correctly, Qiu Shanjun was not yet 20 years old. He had not participated in the grand examination and had not entered the Mausoleum of Books. However, he was already at star condensation. Su Yu Rong was younger than him by 3 days and had not even entered the Mausoleum of Books to view the monoliths and comprehend the way. Yet she had already truly reached the upper level of ethereal opening. He silently thought to himself, this is what a true genius should be. His cultivation was to follow his heart, to focus on a tranquil state of mind. Moreover, he truly did not have any feelings for Su Yu Rong, but for some reason, every time he mentioned her and that man called Qiu Shanjun, he would always feel somewhat awkward. What made him even more uncomfortable was that even though he had already created so many miracles, Qiu Shanjun had always been able to steadily surpass him. He had obtained first upon the first banner in the grand examination. Qiu Shanjun had obtained the key to the Garden of Zhou. He had entered the mausoleum of books to view the monoliths, and entered the straight realm of ethereal opening. And Qiu Shanjun had not needed to view the heavenly tone monoliths to succeed in star condensation. The important matter of the country versus the trivial matter of one's own cultivation, whether one needed external objects or not, no matter how you looked at it, the latter was stronger. I believe that you are stronger than Qiu Shanjun. His Holiness seemed to know what he was thinking, and said with a smile, "Even if others don't think so, they still wouldn't dare say that you are weaker than Qiu Shanjun." Qin Changsheng shook his head and said, "I am inferior to him." The Pope calmly said, "You are younger than him by 4 years." Qin Changsheng stared blankly for a moment. Then he happily laughed. The Pope continued, "As for Su Yurong, she is, after all, Su Shirji's daughter." Qin Changsheng was silent. Since Su Shirji was the divine empress dog, Su Yurong naturally had to stand on the side of the divine empress and the southerners. In other words, she had to stand against the orthodoxy. He thought of an extremely frightening question. "The divine empress knows of my background?" The Pope nodded his head and said, "MOU has long sent people to Xining village to investigate your background. This matter can't be concealed forever. After the grand examination, I will explain it to the divine empress." Qin Changsheng was silent for a moment, then asked, "Will the empress?" "She won't." The Pope looked at him and said with a smile, "If the empress doesn't want to tear apart, then she won't, at least on the surface, act against you, because that would be equivalent to pushing my Li Palace towards her enemy. No one would want to face such a situation, even if she is the Tianhai divine empress." What was self-confidence and confidence? This was, "The matters within the Garden of Zhou are naturally important. But don't forget, the true enemy is still in the north. This time the key to the Garden of Zhou has fallen into our hands. But the demons definitely won't be willing to give up like this. If Black Robe is still alive, he will definitely do something, whether in the Garden of Zhou or outside, as long as he hasn't returned to the capital. You must be sufficiently cautious." "Many thanks for the saint's guidance," said Qin Changsheng. The Pope said, "Do you still want to call me saint?" Qin Changsheng was somewhat unaccustomed to this. "Yes, martial uncle." The Pope gave a satisfied smile. Before the conversation ended, Qin Changsheng made a request. Previously, the Pope had said that on the last night of the Ivy League gathering, it was MOU who had brought Qin Changsheng into the Tang Palace, so he should be very clear on what was beneath the cold pond. "I want to see that black dragon." Qin Changsheng looked at the Pope and said very sincerely. The Pope didn't think that his only request would be this. He smiled and asked, "It sounds like you've met that black dragon before?" Qin Changsheng told the Pope about his meeting with the black dragon at the bottom of the pond, but left out many details. He did mention that he had once meditated there and almost died from self-immolation. He only said that he had promised it, that if it was willing to let him go, he would find time to visit it. This was the so-called promise. Although it was an evil dragon, a promise is a promise. The Pope seemed to be very satisfied with his actions of honoring his promise. He said, "Wang Ji tricked it into staying at the bottom of the pond. It really was not kind." Qin Changsheng asked, "Then how do I see it?" "The well at New North Bridge has already been opened." Saying this, the Pope took out a wooden plaque from his bosom and handed it to him. Qin Changsheng received the plaque. He saw that on the plaque were written 4 words in Yang script, Orthodox Academy. This is... Qin Changsheng looked at the wooden plaque. He didn't quite understand. The Pope smiled and said, "This is Orthodox Academy's school plaque." Qin Changsheng still didn't understand. The Pope said, "Only the principal of Orthodox Academy has the right to hold this plaque." Qin Changsheng still didn't understand, or perhaps he vaguely understood, but he couldn't believe it. The Pope looked at him and smiled. "This is our first official meeting. As your martial uncle, I have to give you a greeting gift. Only opening the well at New North Bridge is too stingy. How about this plaque?" Chen Changsheng didn't know what this plaque was like. He didn't know what material it was made of, or how old it was. He only knew that this plaque had suddenly become very heavy. From Xining to the capital, I accidentally entered the Tradition Academy. Now that I think about it, isn't this also a sign? The Tradition Academy was destroyed in the hands of your master, so it should be reborn in your hands. The Pope looked at him and said emotionally, only now did Chen Changsheng know, from the moment he received this plaque, he had become the newest principal of Orthodox Academy. But what was the identity of the principal of Orthodox Academy? Although in these past 10 years, Orthodox Academy had declined like a graveyard, it was still one of the 6 ivies of the capital, and it used to stand shoulder to shoulder with Heavenly Academy, the oldest school. And in the afternoon he had heard from Luo Luo that the Archbishop of the Sacred Hall of Subjugation had died of illness, and that the principal of Heavenly Academy, Mao Qiuyu, had been promoted to the ranks of the 6 prefects of the Orthodoxy. He was only a 15-year-old youth, and he was actually going to become the principal of Orthodox Academy. He suddenly felt that the school plaque in his hand was not only heavy, it had also become scorching hot. Not far from the hall, he heard a cough from the side of the road. Chen Changsheng looked over and saw that it was the Archbishop of the Education Board, Mei Lisha. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Mei Lisha looked at him and smiled. Indicating that they should walk together, he slowly said, "Now everything is clear?" Chen Changsheng was silent for a moment, then said, "More or less." Mei Lisha gazed at the numerous stars in the night sky. After a moment of silence, he said, "You know that I'm very old, right?" Chen Changsheng didn't have time to respond before Mei Lisha continued indifferently. "In the current orthodoxy, only I and His Holiness are the oldest. Being old is a very good thing, because you can see many things, but being old is also a very bad thing, because you will remember too many things. Living like this is rather tiring. Those matters of the orthodoxy in the past, even now I can still clearly remember them. But, strangely, I've somewhat forgotten what happened to Orthodox Academy over 10 years ago." Mei Lisha coughed twice, then continued, "I have a very good relationship with your teacher. So the first person to discover your identity was me. At the time, I actually wasn't clear on His Holiness's intentions, so I waited a while before letting him know. Of course, your teacher's caution can also be understood." Even now, Chen Changsheng still couldn't completely understand this matter, so he remained silent. In the darkness of the night, the Li Palace was very quiet. As he walked along the stone path between the halls, the distant, glorious lights on the side of the Divine Avenue could be faintly seen. There was a question that he didn't dare to directly ask in front of His Holiness, but at this moment he finally couldn't suppress the worry in his heart and uneasily said, "I'm a little worried about Master. MOU has long sent people to Xining village, but you don't need to worry. That year, when all the experts of the great Zhou dynasty surrounded and attacked Orthodox Academy, even the Empress and His Holiness personally took action. Your teacher was still able to survive, let alone now." Chen Changsheng looked at the old man's squinted eyes and earnestly said, "Thank you for your care for this past year." Mei Lisha squinted his eyes and smiled like an old fox. Living in the capital is actually very easy, because wanting to die here is an extremely difficult matter. The people that live here all have old memories. They all cherish old times. Chen Changsheng earnestly pondered over the meaning of these words. Mei Lisha looked at him and said, "But outside the capital, it's no longer like this, especially outside the borders of my great Zhou dynasty. It's full of dangerous storms. You can only take care of yourself." Chen Changsheng thought about what His Holiness had previously said and said with some uneasiness, "Black robe! Could it be that he's really still alive? What scheme will the demons have planned for the opening of the Garden of Zhou?" Mei Lisha said, "Since the key to the Garden of Zhou is in the hands of the humans, no matter how unwilling the demons are, they still have no way of grasping the initiative. So you don't need to worry too much. On the contrary, don't forget that there are some people in the great Zhou dynasty whose intelligence is far inferior to black robes, but their ruthlessness, shamelessness, and despicableness far surpass black robes. You need to be wary of these people. Qin Changxing knew he was talking about Zhou Tong. Arriving at the side of the divine path in front of the main hall, Mei Lisha stopped his steps and said, "I'll send you to here." Qin Changxing respectfully bowed and said, after returning from the garden of Zhou, "This junior will come to see sir." Mei Lisha shook his head and said, "Too low." Qin Changsheng was slightly startled. He didn't understand what these two words meant. "You are bowing too low." Mei Lisha smiled at him and said, "You are now the principal of the Orthodox Academy. The only ones qualified to receive your full bow are the Pope and the Divine Empress. Besides them, you do not need to bow to anyone else." Only then did Qin Changsheng remember that his identity had changed. The Archbishop of the Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education was only of the same rank as him. Within the serene depths of the Li Palace, the distant and bright sound of a bell suddenly resounded. The sound of the bell did not represent a signal to return home, but rather an extremely formal edict from the orthodoxy. The contents of this edict were spread across the various halls at a speed faster than the night wind, towards the various provinces and countries of the continent. From today onwards, you do not need to lower your head. Mei Lisha looked at him and said with a smile, then turned around and left. Qin Changsheng stood by the side of the Divine Avenue, feeling somewhat absent-minded as if nothing was real. Two bishops were waiting on the Divine Avenue to escort him out of the palace. If one were to say that when they had escorted him into the palace, the two bishops had been calm and courteous, then they were now extremely respectful. The hierarchy of the orthodoxy was very clear and orderly. The division of social classes within the Li Palace had always been very strict. He was currently not a new student of the Orthodox Academy, but the principal of the Orthodox Academy, so he would naturally enjoy a different kind of reverent gaze. The high-hanging lanterns illuminated the perfectly straight, divine avenue. Under the escort of the two bishops, Qin Changsheng followed the divine avenue towards the outside of the palace. Along the way, the clergy he encountered all moved to the sides of the divine avenue to give way. Previously, when he had entered the Li Palace, he had encountered a similar scene. However, at that time, after the clergy had moved aside, they only needed to send him off with their gazes. This time, however, they could not do so, because the previous courtesy was now disrespectful. They needed to bow to Qin Changsheng. Wherever the youth passed, several hundred clergy would pay their respects, their expressions humble, their voices rising and falling. "Greetings, Principal Chen. Greetings, Principal Chen. Greetings, Principal Chen." Suddenly remembering the old dog, he fell silent for a long time. This chapter has 4,000 words. It will end here for today. See you tomorrow. Chapter 240. Mei Lisha walked back into the hall and said to the Pope, "What did you talk about?" The Pope thought about it and said, "We talked about everything, but it seems like we didn't talk about anything." After saying this, he shook his head and said, "That child asked a few things, all of which had nothing to do with him. I didn't hear a single question that I originally thought I would hear. He didn't ask about the orthodoxy, didn't ask about the stars, didn't ask about the heavenly tone monoliths, and didn't ask about the so-called feelings. In the entire continent, the person with the most authority in deciphering the heavenly tone monoliths was this hemp-robed elder. Even the holy maiden of the southern sect could not surpass him. Qin Changsheng had gained enlightenment from viewing the monoliths in the mausoleum of books and had many questions. But today, in Li Palace, he didn't mention a single word. He still lacks trust. Mei Lisha said slowly, "Although that child doesn't talk much, he's not stupid. Suddenly encountering such an important matter, how could he believe everything?" The Pope didn't care and smiled. "In the future, he will naturally understand that everything we do is for his own good." Hearing this, Mei Lisha was silent for a while, then said, "In the past, I was worried that he matured too slowly. Now it seems that his growth is faster than anyone imagined. Shouldn't we control it a little?" The Pope didn't say anything. Walking out of Li Palace, Qin Changsheng felt that his back was a little sore. Previously, on the Divine Avenue, several hundred clergymen had bowed to him. Although he had only slightly bowed to return the greeting, it was still somewhat strenuous. Returning from being the center of attention to being alone, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and looked at Li Palace in the darkness. Looking at those silent stone pillars, he was also silent. He had enjoyed an endless amount of scenery in this palace, but for some reason he felt a faint sense of unease, even a little fear. He had long guessed that his master wasn't an ordinary person, but he didn't think that he would be this extraordinary. Moreover, in the past year, his mind had been completely focused on cultivation and the grand examination. He didn't have the time to think about it. As a result, tonight the truth was revealed in Li Palace, shocking him to the point that his body was incomparably cold. Just like the conversation between the Pope and Melisha after he left in the Li Palace, there truly were many things that he did not say, many questions that he did not ask. For example, he did not mention that he still had a senior brother. If the orthodoxy needed a successor, then his senior brother should be the successor. He also did not mention the special circumstances of his body. The Pope's 2 eyes were as deep as the ocean, as if he could see through everything, or perhaps he knew everything about him. For example, there were 2 young Taoist priests in Xining Village's old temple, or the knowledge he had comprehended from viewing the monoliths in the mausoleum of books, or the meridians in his body that were all broken, but he did not say it. The Pope and Melisha had both said that nothing would happen to Xining Village. But how could this be possible? The Divine Empress would definitely send people to kill his master and Senior Yurin. He didn't know if his master and senior would be able to successfully escape. Moreover, more than 10 years ago, the Orthodox Academy had been destroyed by the Pope and the Divine Empress. The Pope had personally taken action, so why was he looking after him now? Was it because of those reasons? Just because you're getting older, you're starting to feel nostalgic? This kind of reason was really hard to believe. He had no way of completely trusting the Pope, even though the Pope seemed to be so loving and trustworthy. Words that were like tongue twisters kept going back and forth in his mind. To trust or not to trust, why and why? This caused his expression to become a little confused. He absent-mindedly thought, if what the Pope said was true, then from tonight onwards, his life seemed to be welcoming a completely different chapter. From Xining Village to the capital, from the old temple to the Orthodox Academy, passively or actively, the biggest shadow on his head was the Divine Empress. The Divine Empress herself was a peerless expert at the Saint Realm. She relied on 30 or so divine generals to control the Zhou Empire's million-strong army. She also had the loyalty of Yu Wenjing, Zhou Tong, Mou, and the Tianhai clans. She also had the respect and love of the common people. Without a doubt, she was the strongest human on this continent. If it was anyone else in Chen Changsheng's situation, they would have already committed suicide. But just like what the Pope said, even the Divine Empress was willing to directly clash with the orthodoxy. Because in this world, the only thing that had the ability to stand up to her was the orthodoxy. The orthodoxy was the religion that founded the Zhou Empire. It had countless pious believers and millions of priests. That was why it had this kind of confidence. And he was now the successor of the orthodoxy. Just like what Meili Shah said on the Divine Avenue, he could no longer lower his head to anyone. But happiness came too suddenly. How could he believe it? It still had to go back to trust and reason. Why? These things were too complicated. Although Chen Changsheng was well versed in the scriptures of the way and could even recite the most abstruse and difficult scriptures, he was not good at these things, because these were all people's hearts. He wanted to find someone to discuss with, but Tang 36 was still in the mausoleum of books. Even if he was present, Tang 36 would definitely say the opposite of what he said. Luo's status was too special and sensitive. Even if she didn't care about these things, no matter what Chen Changsheng said, she would definitely listen. How could there be any discussion? The capital was so big, but he couldn't find a single person to talk to about what happened tonight. This made him feel a little lonely. The night was deep. but the lights in the Li Palace were still bright. Chen Changxing turned around and looked at the quiet streets. His right hand landed on the hilt of the dagger at his waist. The qi in his body moved slightly and his breathing gradually calmed. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a clanging sound, but the sword was not unsheathed. There was only the sword energy. The sword energy of the wind and rain, sword of Mountain Zhong. Using the sword energy, he used the Yesher step. In the slightly cold wind, his figure suddenly disappeared. After a few flashes, he escaped into the night and went to some unknown place. After a while, several people walked out of the quiet streets. These people still had shock in their eyes. They looked at each other and knew each other's origins. They didn't say anything and left. The method Chen Changxing used to leave seemed simple, but it was actually not simple. These people that the major powers of the capital had sent to monitor him, none of them could follow his tracks. The current Chen Changxing had finally entered the realm of experts. The bell of the Li Palace rang, announcing to the entire continent that Chen Changxing was the new principal of Orthodox Academy. This news once again shocked everyone. From the imperial palace to the Tianhai clan to the divine general of the East's estate, many people couldn't sleep because of this news, constantly analyzing what it represented. As the subject of discussion and speculation, Chen Changxing was currently strolling in a bustling night market in the southern part of the capital. He first went to the famous Ziyuan roast lamb shop and ordered a whole roast lamb. Then he began to buy from the stalls along the street. An hour later, he appeared under a tree outside of New North Bridge. The spring night was deep. The temperature wasn't as cold as it had been a few days ago. There wasn't much dew on the grass. On the distant imperial city, the light from the corner tower spilled onto the ground, illuminating the new buds on the trees into an especially emerald green, looking like new tea leaves. This place was very close to the palace walls and was heavily guarded. The eyes of the night owls on the city walls that were responsible for night surveillance were especially bright, like luminous pearls. Chen Changxing hid his body under the shadow of a large tree and quietly sensed the surrounding environment. When a group of patrolling imperial guards left, and when that night owl in the southeast corner of the imperial city turned its head to look to the left, he suddenly moved. An extremely low muffled sound was heard, and 2 clouds of dust were stirred up under the tree. 2 clear footprints were left behind, and he had already disappeared without a trace. After a moment, the dust gradually settled, just enough to cover up the 2 footprints. Before this, his body had drawn a blur in the night sky, arriving in the air above the abandoned well. From under the tree to the well, he only used 1 step. At the time, he only had time to think if His Holiness was lying, he would definitely fall in an extremely sorry state. Was this also a test of trust? A whoosh sounded. He fell into the abandoned well with incomparable accuracy, not even his clothes rubbing against the walls of the well. This level of accuracy was indeed rather shocking. The bottom of the abandoned well had indeed been dug open again. Chen Changxing directly fell from the bottom of the well into the abysmal underground space. Endless darkness instantly surrounded him. He could only see an extremely faint wisp of starlight above him, could only hear the increasingly fierce howling of the wind. After falling for an unknown amount of time, the surrounding air suddenly became viscous, his falling speed also naturally slowed. Finally, he floated down to the ground like a leaf, his foot emitting a cracking sound, most likely from stepping on a piece of ice. He had already come here many times before, so he didn't panic. He took out a luminous pearl and shone it in all directions. Following the illumination of the luminous pearl, the thousands of luminous pearls in the dome of the underground space slowly lit up, turning the pitch-black world into day. A creaking sound rang out. This was the sound of space twisting. Chen Changxing raised his head and looked over, only to see the black dragon, as large as a mountain, slowly floating over. The black dragon's body was truly too large. Following its movement, the cold wind within the underground space became increasingly shrill. The black dragon stopped in front of him. Its massive palace-like head filled his entire field of vision. Chun Chang Sheng happily laughed, waved his hand, and said, "Gigi, I've come to see you." The black dragon's eyes were very indifferent. Its dragon whiskers lightly waved. Following this movement, countless snowflakes fell from its body, blown by the wind, sprinkling all over his body and face. Chun Chang Sheng extended his hand and wiped off the snow, not at all embarrassed. He saw the mischievous look in the black dragon's eyes. Only then did he know that it was teasing him, or perhaps punishing him for not coming for so long. Then he saw the wound between the black dragon's eyes. Compared to the black dragon's massive head, this wound was very small. But in Chun Chang Sheng's eyes, this wound was very fierce and terrifying. He clearly remembered that the black dragon previously didn't have this wound between its brows. Who did this? His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Even if the black dragon was imprisoned under the Zhou royal palace, it still wasn't a target that could be easily humiliated and tortured. To be able to leave such a terrifying wound between its brows, one could imagine how powerful the person must be. But Chun Chang Sheng didn't care about this. He only wanted to seek justice for the black dragon, because at this moment he was very angry. Not today. Chapter 241. Yesterday, I took a day off to rest and tidied up the earlier chapters, only to find that they were a complete mess of chapters. Sorry for troubling you, Lord Editor, to make some adjustments. I just took a look. It's actually all done. Thank you, Lord Editor. Afterwards, my mood improved last night. Then I thought about the plot and made a detailed outline, causing me to suffer from insomnia until now. In the morning, I simply started writing. It's rather smooth, but I still haven't rested. So I'm a bit absent-minded. If there are any areas where I slip up, please excuse me. I will find time to correct them. Chun Chang Sheng was really angry. Before the grand examination, he had suddenly completed his purification, even a perfect one, although he was unconscious during the entire process and didn't know what had happened. He knew that it definitely had something to do with the black dragon. Currently, he was still alive, able to obtain first upon the first banner in the grand examination, able to comprehend the monoliths in the mausoleum of books, starlight illuminating the capital. All of this was bestowed upon him by the black dragon. To him, the black dragon was an even more important existence than his savior. Currently, looking at the wound between the black dragon's eyes that still seemed to be bleeding, looking at the faintly discernible white bone deep within the wound, one could imagine what kind of pain it was enduring. How could it not be moved? Yes, the black dragon was said to be an evil dragon. His Holiness had previously said the same in Li Palace. But even if it had once committed heinous crimes in the capital, being tricked and imprisoned underground by Wang Jisoo for several hundred years still wasn't enough to atone for its crimes. How could it be subjected to such torment again? The black dragon quietly floated in the air, listening to Chun Chang Sheng's angry questioning. The emotions in its eyes were very calm. There was no pain, no fear, no anger that followed his emotions, and even more so, no emotion, only coldness devoid of emotion. Under its indifferent gaze, Chun Chang Sheng felt like an idiot. He didn't understand why, feeling very awkward, thinking to himself, could it be that he had misunderstood something? After a long time, he felt the need to break the silence, asking with some hesitation, "After that day, this is the first time I've come to see you. Are you all right?" The black dragon didn't reply, nor did it make any reaction. Just as previously mentioned, although Chun Chang Sheng wasn't clear on what had happened during his first meditation in the underground space, he knew that he had definitely received the black dragon's assistance, allowing him to escape that calamity. "I don't know how to thank you, so I brought some of your favorite food." He took out the whole roast lamb that he had ordered at Tsuyuen's roast lamb shop and placed it on the ground in front of the black dragon. The aroma of the roast lamb instantly spread along with the heat wave, but it was quickly frozen by the chill of the underground. "You should hurry up and eat the lamb first. Don't worry about other things." He looked at the grease on the leg of the lamb and reminded. Then he continued to take things out. roast chicken, roast deer tail, roast goose, pickled cabbage, and fat beef hot pot, water tofu in a wooden bucket, fire phoenix fruit. It didn't take long for the ground to be filled with dozens of dishes. Black Dragon's eyes lit up, but he still did not move, nor did he speak. Chun Chong Sheng felt that something was strange. The last few times he had come to the underground space, the Black Dragon had rarely conversed with him, apart from teaching him the dragon language. He did not know if it was because it was disdainful or because the dragon roar was too exhausting, but it had never been as quiet as today. "What's wrong? Are you angry that I haven't come to see you for so long?" He looked at the Black Dragon and explained, "That day when I woke up, I was in Orthodox Academy. I don't know who sent me back, but after I found out that my purification was successful, I wanted to come find you, but I don't know who filled the well. I think it might be the person who sent me back to Orthodox Academy. After that, I had to prepare for the grand examination, and these days I've been in the mausoleum of books looking at the heavenly tome monoliths, so I really didn't have the time to come." Actually, he didn't need to explain so much, but he still explained. His eyes were very clean, and his expression was very serious. Perhaps it was because of this the Black Dragon's whiskers lightly floated up, waving a few times under the illumination of the luminous pearl, indicating that he would enjoy his offerings later. Chun Chong Sheng finally calmed down and began to chat with the Black Dragon. "I really have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain first upon the first banner in the grand examination." He gave a detailed account of the grand examination, then talked about how the Pope personally put a garland of thorns on him when the rankings were announced. He didn't mention what had happened in the pavilion of ascending mist, but the scenery of the mausoleum of books and the stories within the monolith huts were very clear and detailed. "I've seen many rubbings of monolith inscriptions, but before entering the mausoleum of books, I always had some sort of fantasy, always thinking that the hardest monolith to understand might be written in the dragon language." Chun Chong Sheng looked at the Black Dragon and laughed, saying, "When I was young, I studied the dragon language, and after being taught by you for so many days, if the monolith inscriptions were really in the dragon language, then it would naturally be much more convenient for me than for other people." The Black Dragon's gaze towards him was full of ridicule and contempt. He was a little embarrassed, gave a few chuckles, and said, "Only after entering the mausoleum of books and seeing those monolith inscriptions did I realize that I was overthinking." This was originally a rather embarrassing matter, but he laughed very happily. The laughter gradually subsided. He looked at the Black Dragon and seriously said a few words. When he said these words, his expression was extremely solemn, even somewhat solemn. After viewing the monoliths in the mausoleum of books for over 20 days, on the last day, I finished viewing all 17 monoliths of the front mausoleum. In the end, I discovered a secret: the stars can move. Previously, when facing the Pope in the palace, he had not even mentioned this matter. However, the Black Dragon was very dismissive of his trust, and even found his solemnity funny. The ridicule and contempt in the dragon's eyes grew even stronger. Chun Chong Sheng stared blankly, only reacting after a while. Dragons were the creatures that could fly the highest in the world. They could pierce through the clouds and go above the 9 heavens. It was rumored that the black frost dragons, the royal race of dragons, could even fly freely in the Milky Way when they matured. Even if the Black Dragon had never flown freely in the Milky Way, how could he not know that the stars could move? In his view, this completely overturned common sense, even a completely new discovery that went against the truth. But to the Black Dragon, it was the most ordinary of things. He had so solemnly told the Black Dragon that the stars could move, just like telling the fish that the bottom of the water was calm, and telling the birds that the clouds were actually mist. I think I'm overthinking it again. He looked at the Black Dragon and said somewhat helplessly and also somewhat at a loss, "If that's the case, then many people should know. But why has no one ever mentioned it?" The Black Dragon still ignored him. Chun Chong Sheng could only not think about these things, and instead think about those things that were worth being happy about. He happily said, "Did you know?" I'm now at the upper level of ethereal opening. In his view, the black dragon was at least several hundred years old, so it was naturally an extremely old senior. To obtain some results with the help and care of the senior, he obviously had to promptly report it. The black dragon looked at him, its contemptuous and mocking expression still on its face. Chun Chang Sheng continued to say, "Previously, when I went to Li Palace, I found out that His Holiness is actually my martial uncle. Yes, he said that I am the only successor of his school, so in the future, the orthodoxy will be inherited by me. Although I feel that this is very absurd, I also feel that His Holiness is serious." Hearing these words, the contemptuous and mocking expression in the black dragon's eyes finally disappeared. Even if it was the noblest and most powerful of the dragons, when facing the successor of the orthodoxy, it still had to show the corresponding respect. Of course, in reality, Chun Chang Sheng thought about it, then changed the topic and said, "I have to go on a long journey to the Garden of Zhou. It might be a very long time before I can come see you. Yes, my fiancée is Suyurong. She should also be going to the Garden of Zhou. I think that if I can meet her, I will return the marriage contract to her. This is her father's request. I know that she doesn't want to marry me, but if I return the marriage contract to her, she won't be happy. Her maid, Shuang Er, once went to the Orthodox Academy to find me. I can guess her intentions. She wants to borrow this marriage contract and borrow my name as her fiancé to pretend to be husband and wife, so that she can focus on cultivation. This matter doesn't seem to be harmful to me, but I don't like it, so I don't like her like this. So I will directly break off the engagement with her." Chun Chang Sheng spoke of the most important decision in his heart, and immediately felt much more relaxed. He stood up and bid farewell to the black dragon. "After I return from the Garden of Zhou, I will come see you again." The black dragon looked at him in silence, its eyes slightly brightening, as if it wanted to say something, but in the end it didn't say anything. Perhaps it wanted him to stay a little longer. After leaving the underground space, the place that he came out from was still the deserted, abandoned palace. It was a pond that seemed to have very few people approaching. Chun Chang Sheng already had experience. He walked to the side of the pond, took out a towel, and wiped his wet body dry, then changed into a set of clean clothes. After doing all this, he discovered that a pair of dark eyes had been staring at him from a nearby cluster of flowers. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, "Fortunately, you were the one who saw me." The black goat slowly walked out from the cluster of flowers, its expression indifferent and arrogant. Its meaning was very clear. "With that small appearance of yours, what's there to see?" Chun Chang Sheng hurriedly followed. The black goat didn't have a key on its neck. The key had always been in his hand. It was only responsible for leading the way. Passing through many layers of the palace, avoiding those guards and eunuchs, he arrived at the imperial city's secret door that was covered in ivy. Chun Chang Sheng took out the key, opened the door, and entered. He turned his head to look at the imperial palace in the darkness, silently thinking, just who was it that had always been helping him? Was it that middle-aged woman? Or was it His Holiness? In the underground space, he had said many things that he had never said to anyone else, to the black dragon, but he didn't mention Senior Yurin, nor did he mention a single word related to Xining Village's old temple. This was because His Holiness had already admitted that he had intentionally allowed him to see this black dragon. So what did this mean? There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Chun Chang Sheng returned to Orthodox Academy. The black dragon was still in the cold underground. It couldn't go anywhere, it couldn't even go home. It had already been several hundred years. Of course, it wasn't called Gigi. Its dragon race name was especially long. If it was described in human language, it would probably require several dozen pages of paper. Moreover, it hadn't been called by its kin for many years, so it had somewhat forgotten. The light from the nightly pearl gradually dimmed. In the cold air, a ray of magic power gradually disappeared. It was a divine ability similar to a camouflage. The black dragon that was floating in the air like a mountain range rapidly shrank Accompanied by specks of light, it finally disappeared. A little girl dressed in black knelt on the ground. The ground was covered in ice and snow. Her expression was also as cold as ice. Her eyes were vertical, bewitching like the night. There was a red line between her eyebrows, like a cinnabar mole. Looking at the whole roasted lamb in front of her, she slightly wrinkled her eyebrows, somewhat displeased. She opened her mouth, speaking in human language. "This idiot! Does he want to stuff me to death?" Because of the blood between her eyebrows that day, she still hadn't recovered, unable to transform back into her dragon form. A whole roasted lamb, to a little girl, could indeed only be seen, not eaten. Then she saw the braised chicken wings, wrapped in oiled paper. She picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth, slowly sucking on it, her eyebrows beaming like a flower. Braised chicken wings, her favorite. Chin Chong Sheng also brought her some good cloud, mist green tea. She made a cup, held it in her small hands, and slowly drank. For some reason, her expression seemed somewhat sorrowful. At this moment, a voice resounded in the underground space. "Good tea." Hearing this voice, the little girl's expression changed slightly, a little loathing, but even more fear. Chapter 242. The cold wind suddenly stopped and the luminous pearl suddenly lit up. The divine queen appeared in front of her and glanced at the 2 chains around her ankles. "The tea is good. How is the person?" The little girl stared at her cautiously and said nothing. The divine queen looked at her and said, "You would rather give up the blood of the true dragon between your eyebrows to help Chin Chongsheng. Do you really think you can hide what you want from anyone?" The little girl put down the teacup and said indifferently, "I don't know what you want to say." The divine empress calmly replied, "Whether you want him to help you obtain something, help you send a message back to the dragon race, or think of a way to break Wang Jitsa's prison array, it's all impossible because he's too young. If he wants to satisfy your request, he'll need at least 200 more years." The little girl finally realized that all her plans were in the hands of this terrifying woman. Her expression became colder and colder. "So what? Chin Chongsheng said many things in front of you. Since you have heard them, you should know that it is very difficult for him to live past 20 years. Therefore, the success rate of your plan is basically 0. The divine queen said, "If you help me do something, I will let you out after 10 years. The little girl's vertical pupils slightly shrunk and became even more demonic. She said, "What thing?" The divine queen put her hands behind her back and looked at the gloomy light. After a moment of silence, she said, "Help me find out who Chen Chongsheng really is." The little girl froze and didn't understand what she heard. If Chen Chongsheng wasn't Chin Chongsheng, who else could he be? "I want to know how old he is, what's wrong with his body, why Taoist Ji adopted him, and how much of what the Pope and he said in the palace was true and how much was false." The divine queen withdrew her gaze and quietly looked at the little girl. An indescribably terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the vast underground space. The snow on the ground gradually turned into powder. The little girl's voice slightly trembled and said, "How can I know these things?" "Because he trusts you. This is very important," the divine queen said while looking at her. The little girl seemed to want to explain something and said hurriedly, "I don't even know why he trusts me." The divine queen said calmly, "Maybe it's because when he first met you, he already said too much. So now he doesn't mind telling you everything." After a moment of silence, the little girl said, "That doesn't make sense." The divine empress calmly looked at her and said, "There is still one more important reason." Puzzled, the little girl asked, "What reason?" The divine empress indifferently said, "You are not human." The little girl frowned in displeasure. "If the demon lord and the Pope were in front of me, who do you think I would believe?" The divine empress looked at her and asked with a faint smile on her face. The little girl was puzzled. The worst enemy and the most reliable partner. Was there even a need to think about that? The divine empress did not give her time to think and said, "How about it?" The little girl looked at the chicken bones in the oiled paper bag and the remaining tea in the cup. She blinked her eyes and said, "Fine, I promise you. If you let me go, I will follow him and report all his whereabouts to you." She reached behind her and pulled out the chain. Looking at the divine empress, she seriously said, "You must first help me break this thing." "Thank you." The divine empress looked at her and calmly said, "There is no need for such trouble." Saying this, she walked in front of the little girl and raised her right hand to her brow, as if she wanted to caress that line of blood. The little girl's vertical pupils constricted as she sensed great danger. The craftiness that had flashed through her eyes had long since disappeared, leaving only fear and unease. Her black hair floated up and hissed in the air. Her lips slightly opened, about to roar in anger. But she could do nothing, not even dodge the divine empress's palm. The divine empress's right hand seemed to fall very casually, but it seemed to be one with heaven and earth unavoidable. There was a light clap. The divine empress's right hand fell on the little girl's brow, covering that line of blood. The little girl's body fiercely trembled. Her face paled and her vertical pupils dilated. She seemed to be in extreme pain. After a moment, the divine empress slowly withdrew her palm. With her action, the shadow of a black dragon was drawn out of the line of blood between the little girl's brow. The black dragon was about 1/2 foot long and as thick as a finger. It struggled with all its might, but it could not escape the divine empress's palm. Inch by inch, it left the little girl's brow. This black dragon seemed both real and illusory, as if it had a life of its own, but it was clearly not a living creature. It was not a miniature of the black dragon, but a dragon's soul. The divine empress had actually forcefully drawn out the dragon's soul from the black dragon's body. Finally, the black dragon's soul was completely drawn out. The line of blood between the little girl's brow became redder and redder. On its surface, a full bead of blood gradually formed, as if it had truly become a cinnabar mole. As the dragon's shadow was drawn out, the little girl became abnormally tired and weakly collapsed to the ground. The divine empress took out a jade scepter from her waist. Everyone knew that the divine empress had 2 ornaments that never left her body. She wore an ebony hairpin in her hair. At the top, there was a bright red dot as if it had drunk blood. The end of the hairpin was damaged and extremely old, but it had never been changed, because it was the 3rd ranked hairpin of the tier of legendary weapons. The other ornament was the scepter she wore on her waist all year round. But no one knew what use this scepter had, that it could actually be like the ebony hairpin. In the next moment, the divine empress poured the black dragon's soul into the scepter. This seemingly simple, almost like a charlatan's action, was actually the world's greatest divine ability. The jade scepter instantly came to life and transformed into a small black dragon. The small black dragon quietly lay in the divine empress's palm. It seemed very weak, but its eyes were very intense, filled with endless hatred. It stared into the divine empress's eyes. "You are a member of the dragon race. Your bloodline is innately condensed. As long as the time is not too long, it will not harm you in any way. Moreover, if you had not willingly given up the true dragon's blood, even I would not have been able to steal away one of your 3 strands of dragon soul. So if you want to hate someone, you should hate yourself first." The divine empress looked at the small black dragon in her palm and calmly said, "You should be very clear on what kind of cruel fate will befall you if your soul leaves and cannot return. So on this trip to the Garden of Zhou, you should take care of yourself." The spring night was as bright and beautiful as the day. Under the starlight, the green trees seemed even more vibrant. The divine empress left the well and casually strolled through the thick spring atmosphere of New North Bridge. Not far away, there was a carriage. As she approached, the black rhinoceros that pulled the carriage humbly, or more accurately, reverently, knelt down. At the same time, A pale-faced middle-aged man also knelt down. The long river of history was still flowing. There were some people who had not died. Their names had not disappeared, but they were already destined to become the most unforgettable scenery in this long river. For example, Zhou Tong. It could already be confirmed that he would definitely be the most ruthless and treacherous official in the past tens of thousands of years. Whether it was in terms of the cruelty of his methods of imprisonment or the number of ministers he had falsely accused and killed, he would unquestionably be ranked first. In the impression of the officials and the common people, Zhou Tong was a very mysterious person. Other than important occasions like the Grand Examination, he usually stayed in the quiet and gloomy government office of the department for purging officials in the southern part of the city. When he occasionally went out, he would be accompanied by countless experts as guards. He rarely saw people. Even when he met with his colleagues in the imperial court or when he interrogated criminals, he would still habitually wear a black veil. Generally speaking, only women, especially beautiful women, would wear a black veil. This eccentric habit of Zhou Tong attracted a lot of ridicule. Many people believed that this ruthless official's methods were too ruthless and his conduct too shameless. He felt that he had no face to see the elders of his hometown, no face to see the world, so he covered his face all year round. Of course, this kind of ridicule, or perhaps curses, would only spread in secret and would never reach his ears. People probably could not imagine that Zhou Tong was only a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. It was just that because he stayed in prison all year round and also because he wore that black veil all year round, his face was somewhat pale. "Your Majesty, I do not know how to deal with Chen Changsheng," Zhou Tong said in a low voice, in consideration of his relationship with the Li Palace. "It is impossible to use torture." The divine empress chuckled, but said nothing. The entire continent knew that Lord Zhou Tong was the divine empress's most loyal and craziest dog. In the minds of many people, he was assuredly an extremely obedient dog. But this was not the case, because Zhou Tong understood dogs very well. If the master told the dog not to bark, the dog would not bark. This was not called obedience. On the contrary, if the master told the dog not to bark, the dog would still listen to the activity outside the door and madly bark. Even if the master scolded you in front of the guests and pretended to hit you, in reality, he would still be happy in his heart and feel that you were obedient. This sort of disobedience was true obedience. Zhou Tong was very clear on when he should bark, when he should remain silent, when he should leap forward and bite, and when he should directly bite the throat of Her Majesty's enemies. The divine empress had always been very satisfied with him. Even though he had committed so many evil deeds that he had already become a stain that could not be erased in the golden age of the great Zhou dynasty, she had never thought of throwing this dog into a pot to cook and then having those people who had suffered from him eat him. This was because she was very satisfied that this loyal dog would not be as untamed as Su Shiji. Moreover, she did not even care about the evaluation in the history books, so why would she care about the discussion of the people of the world? What do you think we want to know from Chen Changsheng? The divine empress indifferently asked. It was very strange. Even after ascending to power, she rarely referred to herself as we, only in front of Zhou Tong. The ministers were also used to calling her the divine empress. Only Zhou Tong insisted on calling her Your Majesty. Zhou Tong said, "Since Your Majesty has allowed him to live until now, then you want him to say something." In the world, only the dead could not speak. After a moment of silence, the divine empress said, "I truly do want to know a few things." Zhou Tong whispered, "Can't use torture or death?" The divine empress laughed at these words and loudly said, "I once asked Mo Yu a question. Now, I can also ask you this question." Zhou Tong said, "Please enlighten me, Empress." The divine empress said, "Do you believe that there are people in the world who are not afraid of death?" Zhou Tong very seriously thought for a very long time and said, "I don't believe." The divine empress smiled and said, "I also didn't believe before, but later on I realized that there are people who really are not afraid of death." Not waiting for Zhou Tong to speak, she continued. If people are not afraid of death, why should they be afraid of death? Zhou Tong thought hard but could not understand. He asked, why is Qin Changxing not afraid of death? Because he is a real person, a sincere person, a true lover. The divine queen put her hands behind her back and looked towards the direction of the Tradition Academy. There was another reason she didn't explain. That youngster was always accompanied by death. She silently thought, with such sincerity and no fear of death, if Chen Changsheng could live past 20 years old, would he really become the second Zhou Dufu? Chapter 243. Leaving New North Bridge, the black rhinoceros pulled the carriage to the Orange Garden. A subordinate of the department for purging officials knocked on the gate of the Orange Garden. Mou, who was just about to rest, saw Zhou Tong standing in the hall and slightly creased her brow. You don't need to attend the court conference, but I have to get up early. Zhou Tong looked at the famous painting on the wall and said, previously His Majesty and I were at New North Bridge. These words came out of nowhere and were very sudden, but Mou's expression turned grave. What do you want to say? I want to say that I'm very afraid, Zhou Tong calmly said, his pale face devoid of any fear. But for some reason, the Orange Garden, which was protected by an array and should have been as warm as spring, suddenly became much colder. Mou stared into his eyes and discovered that his pale white eyes were bloodshot, making him seem rather frightening. She asked, just what are you afraid of? Zhou Tong looked at her and began to chuckle. Are you not afraid? Mou expressionlessly said, I have no time to accompany your excellency in your madness. Zhou Tong's smile faded, and he expressionlessly said, the entire continent knows what the greatest problem facing the human world is. The imperial throne of the great Zhou. Even if Her Majesty wants to return the throne to the imperial Qin clan, she has never been able to make up her mind, because the Tianhai clan will definitely be executed. Although it is said that the Tianhai clan is not equal to Her Majesty, Her Majesty is still surnamed Tianhai. How could she bear to see this? Mou creased her brow. You also said that the entire continent knows of this matter. Zhou Tong said, so Her Majesty has always been hesitating. The Tianhai clan believes that her hesitation is an opportunity. In the eyes of Prince Qinlu and the princes of the counties, this hesitation is the shadow of death. And there is another reason why Her Majesty has always been hesitant. The Li Palace has never clearly expressed its position. After a moment of silence, Mou said, just what do you want to say? Zhou Tong expressionlessly said, what I want to say is that His Holiness has finally officially expressed his position tonight. He does not agree, the orthodoxy does not agree. So will Her Majesty continue to hesitate? Mou did not respond. After the grand examination, a lot of people knew of the background of Chen Changsheng's teacher, which was personally acknowledged by His Holiness. Qin Changsheng's teacher was the previous principal of the Tradition Academy, a staunch supporter of the royal family. Over 10 years ago, he allied with the royal family in an attempt to overthrow the divine queen's rule. And tonight His Holiness had made Qin Changsheng the principal of Orthodox Academy. The attitude of this decision was very clear. If the divine empress insisted on having the Tianhai clan inherit the throne, the Pope and the Li Palace would no longer stand by her side like they did in the past, and would instead become the Orthodox Academy of the past. Mou asked, do you think the empress has already made up her mind? After a moment of silence, Zhou Tong said, His Majesty can voluntarily abdicate in exchange for the continued existence of the Tianhai clan. Preposterous! Mou said angrily, how can the empress abdicate? Moreover, if the imperial family's promise is trustworthy, why would your highness hesitate for so many years? What if His Holiness is the guarantor? Zhou Tong stared into her eyes and said, do you think that even if Prince Qinlu ascended to the throne, would he dare to disregard the orthodoxy? Mou was slightly startled upon hearing this. She remained silent for a long time before saying, If that's really the case, she suddenly smiled and said, it's also a good thing. The stable succession of the great Zhou's imperial throne is of course a good thing for the human world. If the Tianhai clan can be preserved, even if it's not as glorious as it is now, it's still not bad. Zhou Tong gave her a faint smile and said, but for the two of us, how is it good? Mo Yu calmly said, the Empress will naturally make arrangements for us. Zhou Tong said, I will say something disrespectful, but there will come a day when His Majesty travels the sea of stars on a chariot. If that day really comes, where will you and I go? Mo Yu said nothing. Zhou Tong stared into her eyes and continued, you listened to His Holiness and did many things. So why doesn't the Empress blame you? Because the Empress clearly understands the unease in your heart. Just like the fear I spoke of before, the people in the Li Palace have never liked you and me. So you want to ease the relationship between us. Mo Yu met his gaze and calmly said, so what? If that day really comes, you definitely won't be able to continue living. There are far too many people who want you dead, and as long as I live, nothing else matters. Zhou Tong gave her a faint smile and said, is that so? When the time comes, no matter who of the Chen clan becomes emperor, you will either die or become his woman. Are you really willing? Then it doesn't matter to me. Mo Yu's expression flickered, and she somewhat irritably yelled, just what do you want to do? Zhou Tong replied, first of all, we have to at least guarantee that His Majesty won't make a decision so quickly. Mo Yu thoughtfully said, you want to break the tacit understanding between the Empress and His Holiness. Zhou Tong replied, I don't dare. I just want to make His Holiness's declaration lose its effect. Mo Yu shook her head. You can't kill him, and the Empress will definitely not agree, because he has done meritorious service to the great Zhou, at least not now. Zhou Tong expressionlessly said, I've killed many meritorious ministers and good generals. Mo Yu stared into his eyes and said, but he has done a great service. Going from meditation to ethereal opening was one of the 3 most difficult hurdles on the path of cultivation. This was because it was the first time a cultivator experienced a test of life and death. The slightest carelessness could lead to qi deviation and confusion, or even death on the spot. The death rate was so high that over the countless years, there were actually many cultivators who could clearly see the threshold of ethereal opening, but did not dare to take a single step towards it. In the Mausoleum of Books, Chen Chongsheng had comprehended the 17 monoliths of the front mausoleum and triggered the phenomenon of starlight, which had indirectly helped several dozen monolith viewers break through. In just a single night, the human world had gained so many young, ethereal, opening cultivators. Even the Ivy Academies and Scholatry Manor, Mount Lee's Holy Maiden Peak, could not produce so many ethereal opening disciples every year. And in the future, just how many of these people would be able to reach star condensation and become true experts? Just as Gohan Sure had said, everyone should thank Qin Chongsheng. The various schools and sects should thank him. The great Zhou and the entire human world should thank him. Tonight, the Pope had directly appointed him as principal of the Orthodox Academy. There was actually no opposition within the Orthodoxy, and presumably no one outside the Orthodoxy would dare to oppose it tomorrow. This was because everyone knew that this was a reward for his service. Zhou Tong was silent for a very long time, then suddenly said, His Majesty just said that he is a real person. Mo Yu was slightly startled upon hearing this. She did not think that the Empress would have such a high evaluation of Chen Chongsheng. Meritorious service can't be killed, real person can't be killed, but he still has to do something. Zhou Tong shook his head and walked out of the orange garden, constantly mumbling, just like an old granny with a chatterbox. Mo Yu looked at his back and felt somewhat uneasy. In the small building of the Orthodox Academy, that warm bedding really smelled good. She did not want to not be able to smell it in the future. No matter how warm the bedding was, it could not make Chen Chongsheng stay for even a moment longer. At 5 in the morning, he promptly woke up, opened his eyes, washed his face and rinsed his mouth, then went with Xian Yuanpe to the Mausoleum of Books. The soldiers responsible for guarding the Mausoleum of Books most likely did not know of the orthodoxy's newest appointment. Everything was as usual. People continued to walk out from the Mausoleum of Books. Some were viewers of the monoliths from the previous year, but even more were examinees of this year's grand examination. These people were all like Chen Changsheng, preparing to go to the Garden of Zhou. Looking at Chen Changsheng, who was standing outside the stone gate, people were like the soldiers. They didn't know that he had already become the principal of the Tradition Academy, but they all greeted him very seriously, even if some people's expressions were a bit unnatural. Go Han Shi escorted Qi Jian and Liang Xiaoxiao out. Only then did Qin Changxing know that Tang 36 was still in a state of mental travel after breaking through, so he could only turn around and leave, although it was a little regretful. That night, after Zhexiu finished the acupuncture, he went to the library to meditate, while Chen Changsheng and Xian Yuanpe began to clean up the kitchen. Tang 36 would not leave the Mausoleum of Books at 1:30. They might also have to stay in the Garden of Zhou for 100 days. The kitchen had not been used for a long time. There were many things that needed to be cleaned and put away. It's not like I can go, I'm really useless. Xian Yuanpe's back was facing him. He sat by the basin, washing the pot, and said in a muffled voice, "The Garden of Zhou could only be entered by cultivators of the ethereal opening realm." Chen Changsheng looked at the back of the Yao youngster, remembered the scene when he saw him at the night market last year, and comforted him. "It's okay, I just need some time." Yes, Xian Yuanpe's bloodline talent was actually very outstanding. Otherwise he would not have become the focus of Star Caesar Academy. But on the first night of the Ivy Festival, he was injured by Tianhai air too heavily. His entire right arm was completely crippled. Although it gradually recovered under Chen Changxing's treatment, he still needed to cultivate again. But as long as he had enough time, he would definitely recover to his original state. In addition to Chen Changxing's research on the meridians of the Yao race and the cultivation methods of humans, he would definitely welcome an extremely powerful explosion. Immediately after, Chen Changxing very naturally thought of Tianhai air, that little monster that once made many people feel nervous. He couldn't help but shake his head. He could never get rid of that feeling of disgust. Just like how many women were never able to eliminate their fear of mice, whether they were experienced and knowledgeable or had stayed in the boudoir for a long time. Even star condensation female experts had heard rumors of mice frightening them to the point of shrieking in fear. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the corner of the kitchen. Then a few squeaks sounded. The sound was very weak. If Xian Yuanpe and Chen Changxing weren't cultivators, they probably wouldn't have been able to hear it clearly. I just cleaned it the day before yesterday. There's actually a mouse again?" Xian Yuanpe stood up, wiped his wet hands on his clothes, took out a half-burnt piece of firewood from the stove, and walked towards the corner. In the corner of the pile of junk, something faintly moved. "It's pretty big." Xian Yuanpe widened his eyes, tightly gripped the burnt piece of firewood, and used all the strength in his body to smash it down. Chen Changxing thought to himself, "Why is there a need to use so much strength? Even if the big mouse is beaten to death, the ground would still have several cracks." Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He felt that the previous sound was rather familiar. He opened his mouth and extended his hand, wanting to stop Xian Yuanpe's actions. But how could he make it in time? With a muffled sound, all the junk was smashed into powder. The front half of the burnt firewood suddenly disappeared. Under the terrifying impact, dust flew everywhere. The dust gradually settled. Xian Yuanpe stared at the black, thin, and long creature that was still bouncing on the ground. He was very surprised. He loudly said, "What is this thing? It's not dead yet." The black creature flew up and arrived in front of Xian Yuanpe's eyes. Xian Yuanpe thought it should be a snake or a limbless lizard. But how could it fly? With a crisp paw sound, the black creature swung its tail and slapped his face. Xian Yuanpe was stunned. Looking at the scene in front of him, his mouth opened wider and wider. His tongue became more and more clumsy. He panicked and shouted, Dragon, 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 dragon. Then he directly fainted. The 3 words, Big Mouse, have a lot of meaning to me. This is probably the first time in my life that I've slept so early. I really can't remember. See you tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 244. When Xian Yuanpa discovered that it was a real dragon, he was indeed very frightened. However, this wasn't enough to make him faint. The real reason he fainted was because the black dragon had released some of its dragon's might. As a member of the Yao clan, Xian Yuanpa had no way of resisting this ancient and terrifying aura. A gust of wind rose, and Jin Yu Lu appeared. His clothes made a slight, fluttering sound in the air, and he looked around cautiously. He felt the terrifying aura from the gatehouse and rushed over as fast as he could. Li Palace appointed Chen Chongsheng as the principal of Orthodox Academy. Did it really attract a peerless expert? But when he arrived at the kitchen, he found nothing but Xian Yuanpa, who had fainted on the floor. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "It's nothing," Chen Chongsheng said. "When I was helping to unclog his meridians, my true essence was a bit reversed. I'll be fine after a short rest." Jin Yu Lu frowned slightly. He felt that Chen Chongsheng's expression was a bit unnatural, but he really didn't feel the terrifying aura. He checked and left. Chen Chongsheng put his hand on his chest and let out a sigh of relief. He squatted down and woke Xian Yuanpa up. Xian Yuanpa's face was full of fear. He looked around and his face was very pale. At the Ivy League gathering, facing the infamous Tian Haier, this Yao youngster could show extraordinary courage and bravery, but the scene he saw before was beyond his imagination. For Yao, the dragon's aura was innately terrifying. "Did you see a black dragon?" Xian Yuanpa didn't see the existence that terrified him. Instead, he felt even more uneasy and his voice trembled. Chen Chongsheng originally wanted to say that he was seeing things, but he knew that wouldn't convince him. After a moment of silence, he said, "That was looking for me. Don't tell anyone." Xian Yuanpa pointed at him. His lips kept trembling. He couldn't say anything. After a long time, he finally said, "My God! Who the hell are you?" Many people wanted to know who Chen Chongsheng was, but he couldn't think of this, because in his eyes, this wasn't a problem. He was just a young Taoist from Xining Village's old temple. His master, Taoist Ji, may have a lot of secrets, but that didn't mean he had a lot of secrets. Of course, he now had a secret, and that was this black dragon. Returning to the small building, he placed the dagger on the display shelf and turned to walk to the table. Looking at the little black dragon, he used a long time to convince himself that this was not an illusion. It was only when he mustered up the courage to reach out and touch the black dragon's body that the cold feeling from his fingertips finally proved that all of this was real. The little black dragon clearly did not like his touch. With a slap, it slapped his palm away. What exactly is going on?" Chen Chongsheng nervously asked. The little black dragon said nothing. She flew to the table, dipped some ink into the inkstone, and used her body as a brush to write a few words on the paper. This scene was very cute, but Chen Chongsheng didn't care about this at this moment. He picked up the piece of paper and looked at it. Only then did he realize that it was a secret technique called soul separation. This kind of secret technique could allow a dragon's soul to temporarily separate from its huge body and transform into another appearance. It originated from the dragon's original human form transformation, but it was even more mysterious and difficult. But using this method, the dragon's soul could not leave the dragon's body too far, and there was a time limit. Moreover, it had to return to its original body, or else it would gradually fade away. Moreover, the dragon in this state was extremely weak, not even a 10,000th of its original strength. It even needed a human to protect it. Looking at the little black dragon in front of him, Chen Chongsheng found it impossible to connect it with that mountainous black frost dragon in the underground space. "You just learned this secret technique yesterday, and today you want to go strolling around the capital with me?" He looked at the little black dragon and said in incomparable shock, "And you want me to be responsible for your safety?" The little black dragon floated in front of him and nodded. Qin Chang covered his forehead in speechlessness. After a while he said with difficulty, "I want to go to the Garden of Zhou. I don't know what trouble I'll encounter. What if something happens?" The little black dragon said nothing, only quietly looked at him. Qin Chang's gaze met with its. He noticed that while the little black dragon's eyes seemed indifferent, there was a scorching heat hidden deep within. Only then did he realize that this black dragon had already been imprisoned in the capital for several hundred years. This was the first time it had come to the surface. Although it had not truly left, it had still left. And when it left the underground space, the first thing it did was to find him. He thought for a very long time, then said, "Okay, Gigi." Hearing his words, the little black dragon's eyes remained cold and noble, but it let out 2 squeaks. Qin Changsheng knew that this was its laughter, so he also began to laugh. One by one, the monolith viewers left the mausoleum of books. Together with the ethereal opening cultivators and teachers from the various schools and sects, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the stone pillars of the Li Palace, preparing to embark on the journey to the Garden of Zhou. There were even more cultivators that had already departed from the various parts of the continent, or perhaps had already arrived. A carriage pulled by a Pegasus slowly followed the Divine Avenue. Within the carriage was probably an important figure of the orthodoxy, responsible for this journey to the Garden of Zhou. Qin Changsheng looked at the carriage, guessing at just who this important figure was, and why His Holiness and the Archbishop had not sent anyone to tell him. He looked at the carriage. There were many people looking at him, because he was now also an important figure of the orthodoxy. Qin Changsheng did not have this kind of awareness. When the Archbishop of Temple Seminary brought the 3 students that were going to the Garden of Zhou to pay their respects, he was stunned for a very long time before reacting. Immediately afterwards, the teachers and students of the Heavenly Academy and the Li Palace College also came to pay their respects. Naturally, not everyone was willing to pay their respects to a 15-year-old youth, but with his current status and this place just happened to be in front of the Li Palace, as a member of the orthodoxy, no one dared to make any mistakes in this aspect. Towards these matters, Qin Changsheng had no experience, so he could only return their greetings one by one. Fortunately, he remembered the words of the Archbishop that night. Now, besides His Holiness and the Divine Empress, there was no one that deserved his full greeting. He did not need to lower his head, but his movements were unavoidably a little stiff, appearing especially reserved, without the bearing of an important figure. Zhexiu stood expressionlessly at his side, not saying anything, because he was also not good at these things, so he could not help him. Liang Xiaoxiao, Qi Jian, and the 10 or so southern examinees that were participating in this year's grand examination stood on the opposite side, silently watching. When the procession to the Garden of Zhou left the capital, a melodious bell resounded from the depths of the Li Palace. Earlier, a red goose flew over from afar. This year's proclamation of azure clouds had officially been updated. Su Yurong, who had been at the proclamation of azure clouds for many years, was finally no longer on the proclamation. She had fallen onto the new proclamation of azure clouds. Liang Xiaoxiao and Qi Jian also left the proclamation of azure clouds. At the same time, the Pavilion of Divine Ordinance updated the proclamation of golden distinction. Unsurprisingly, Qiu Shanjun was still at the top of the proclamation. On the proclamation, Liang Xiaoxiao and Qi Jian appeared, as well as many young cultivators that had entered ethereal opening from viewing the monoliths in the Mausoleum of Books. What was unexpected was that Su Yurong was not on the proclamation of golden distinction, nor was Qin Changsheng. Go Han Shi, Tang 36, and the other cultivators that were still within the Mausoleum of Books. According to the usual practice, the Pavilion of Divine Ordinance would not make an early judgment. However, Qin Changsheng had already left the Mausoleum of Books, and Su Yurong had always been in the world. So why were they not on the proclamation? taking advantage of yesterday's effort to adjust my biological clock. This is called being absent-minded. That's all for today. Chapter 245. Every time the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets issued a proclamation, it would add a brief comment. This time, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had probably anticipated that it would attract a lot of discussion. In the end, they also gave an explanation for why Su Yurong and Chen Changsheng had not entered the proclamation of Golden Distinction. It indicated that this was because the Elder of Heavenly Secrets was looking forward to their journey to the Garden of Zhou. At this point, the entire continent knew that Chen Changsheng and Su Yurong wanted to enter the Garden of Zhou. Starting from last year's Ivy League gathering, news of Chen Changsheng and Su Yurong's engagement had spread throughout the entire world. This story was brimming with all sorts of grievances: love and hatred, childhood sweethearts, counterattacks and waiting. All of these were intertwined and difficult to describe. Now, the male and female leads of this story were finally going to meet in the Garden of Zhou. This naturally attracted the attention of countless people. As the other main character of this story, Qiu Shanjun didn't appear, but his junior brother did. Liang Zhao's gaze towards Chen Changsheng became increasingly cold. Because of the time they had spent in the Mausoleum of Books, Qi Jian's opinion of Chen Changsheng had changed. Hearing the discussion, his small face also revealed an expression of indignation. Even if he had another fortuitous encounter in the Garden of Zhou, could it be that he could seize first place on the proclamation of Golden Distinction? Can he be compared to Qiu Shanjun? Why not? Although Qiu Shanjun has already succeeded in entering star condensation, don't forget that Qiu Shanjun is 4 years older than him. These discussions didn't mention Chen Changsheng's name, but everyone knew they were talking about him. Yi Xiaolian followed her senior to stand within the crowd. Looking at Chen Changsheng's back in front of them, it wasn't like before. Her eyes were only filled with loathing and anger, only a little curiosity. Chen Changsheng felt the gazes from all around him, especially the expressions of the Southerners, which were obviously a little unfriendly. He felt a lot of pressure and a little confused. In the eyes of the world, he and Su Yurong may have been childhood sweethearts, may have had a love and hate relationship, but only he knew that none of this was real. He didn't know what Su Yurong looked like, and he believed that Su Yurong didn't have any impression of him. After exiting the south gate of the capital, the procession paused for a moment to rest. Officer Xian walked down from the carriage, pulled by the Pegasus at the very front, and came to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was a little surprised and asked, "Could it be that the bishop is leading the team?" Priest Xian shook his head and said, "The old master's health hasn't been good recently." Chen Changsheng looked at the carriage at the very front and asked curiously, "Which important figure of the orthodoxy is in that carriage?" Priest Xian looked at him and said with a smile, "I am here to invite you to board the train." Chen Changsheng stared blankly, only regaining his wits after a long while. Somewhat unsure, he said, "You're saying that I'll be leading the team to the Garden of Zhou?" Priest Xian sternly replied, "Yes, His Holiness, the Pope has entrusted everything to you." Chen Changsheng thought back to the scene where the priests and teachers from Priest Seminary and Heavenly Academy came to greet him. He was speechless and thought that he might be the last to know. After leaving the capital and arriving at Wenshui City, tensome carriages passed through the city gate, the shafts of these carriages all bearing the insignia of the Li Palace. Several days ago, the Orthodox Church in the city had received the news and made arrangements. The guards at the city gate did not dare to conduct any inspections, so they had long since opened the gate. The two sides of the official road were packed with people who had heard the news and had come to watch. Who is Chen Changsheng? How many of the Divine Kingdom's 7 rules are here? Su Fengwang left directly from South Stream Temple. She can't be in the group, right? Which car is Chen Changsheng in? Could it be the first one? Oh, look at the wings of that Pegasus. It's snow white. It's about the same as our family's bed gauze. The crowd passionately discussed, pointing at the carriages in the group. The beautiful and mystical white Pegasus was naturally the focus of everyone's gazes. When the crowd knew that Chen Chongsheng was in the first carriage, they surged forward. The street immediately became noisy, and people could even be heard shouting his name. A young Taoist from Xining village, well versed in the Taoist canon, obtained first place upon the first banner of the grand examination, comprehended all 17 monoliths of the front mausoleum in a single day, and became the principal of the Orthodox Academy. No matter how one looked at it, this was a legend. He was a legend. Countless gazes fell on that carriage, burning with incomparable fervor, as if they wanted to burn through the curtains. Although he had the experience of being paraded through the streets of the capital after the grand examination, Chen Chongsheng was still somewhat unused to this sort of treatment. He only felt that his face was boiling hot. On the other hand, Zhixiu, who sat across from him, remained expressionless. He was not affected in the slightest by the voices and the burning gazes coming from outside the carriage. The group heading for the Garden of Zhou went directly to Wenshui City's cathedral. Priest Xian led his subordinates to take care of the specific matters. As the principal of the Orthodox Academy, Chen Chongsheng was nominally the leader of the group, so he did not need to do these things. In other words, he had the same significance as the door gods pasted on the door. The cathedral had already prepared rooms ahead of time, and the cultivators from the various schools and sects moved in. In recent years, the Mount Li sword sect's reputation had been too resounding, so Qi Jian and Liang Xiaoxiao moved into the east courtyard. The two girls from Holy Maiden Peak lived next to them. Chen Chongsheng naturally lived the best. The bishop of Wenshui City warmly invited him into the main hall, and Zhixiu obediently followed. After a simple cleaning, before he even had time to rest, a priest came to report that someone had come to visit Principal Chen. Chen Chongsheng stared blankly, then guessed who it was. He hurriedly changed into a set of clean clothes and walked to the front of the hall. A man that looked like a steward stood in front of the hall. He was dressed in simple clothes, but the jade pendant tied to his waist was definitely not an ordinary object. Seeing Chen Chongsheng, the steward bowed in greeting, seeming extremely respectful. Seeing this scene, the local priests of Wenshui City were all very shocked. The Wenshui Tangs had always been arrogant. Even the Tianhai clan and the Qiushan clan did not think much of them. This steward usually did not even give face to the bishop, so why was he acting so humble now? It must be known that the principal of the Orthodox Academy was only an empty position. His rank only had effect within the orthodoxy. Even if Chen Chongsheng was on good terms with the sole grandson of the Tang clan, he would not have such a great deal of face. Chen Chongsheng apologized to the Tang clan steward. Logically, as a junior, I should at least pay a visit to the old master. It's just that this trip to the Garden of Zhou is urgent, and His Holiness has given me the responsibility of leading the group, so it's inconvenient for me to leave. I ask the steward to pay my respects to the old master. Saying this, he took out a small case that he had prepared in the capital and handed it over. This case contained medicine. In the beginning, he and Tang 36 stole countless herbs and strange fruits from the 100 Herb Garden. In addition, Luo sent over the local products of the Red River, which were rarely seen in the human world. The priests of the Li Palace refined them into quite a few pills. Other than taking some when breaking into the ethereal opening realm, there was still a lot left. They weren't very effective in helping with cultivation, but they were best used to strengthen the body and prolong life. The steward took the small case and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Then he also took out a small case from his bosom and respectfully offered it up with both hands. He said that it was a greeting gift from the Tang Old Master to Principal Qin, and then he took his leave. Returning to the quiet room in the main hall, Chen Chongsheng placed the case on the table and opened it. Inside the case was a round metal ball. This metal ball was about the size of a fist and seemed extremely heavy. Its surface was extremely smooth, but there were a few scale-like lines that divided the metal ball into 3 parts. Zheshio walked to the table and glanced at it. His expression subtly changed, and then he fell silent for a very long time. Chun Chongsheng looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? You seem very surprised." Zheshio looked at him and asked, "Just what is your relationship with Tang 36? Confused, Chun Chongsheng replied, "The two of us are friends." Yes, Tang 36 was the first friend he had made after entering the capital. "If you're just friends, why would the Tang clan give this treasure to you?" Zheshio expressionlessly said. Chun Chongsheng extended his hand and took out the seemingly ordinary metal ball from the case. He carefully examined it, but he did not see anything special about it. "What is this thing?" Zheshio walked in front of him and looked at the metal ball. His usually emotionless eyes now showed a strange emotion. The defensive arrays of the various kingdoms of the human world were all designed and manufactured by the Tang clan. The best weapons and armaments were also all designed and manufactured by the Tang clan. The armor of the 38 divine generals of the continent was also all designed and manufactured by the Tang clan. Even White Emperor City, which was surrounded by the Red River, was said to have been personally designed and constructed by the ancestors of the Tang clan. This clan that had existed by the banks of the Winshui River for 1,000 generations was so rich that even the divine empress was somewhat fearful of it, unable to act against it. The treasure of the Winshui Tangs was naturally no ordinary treasure, Zheshio said. Of those divine artifacts on the tier of legendary weapons, at least 17 of them came from the Tang clan. Even now, the Tang clan can still make a few extraordinary weapons. Although those rare ores have already dried up and cannot compare to those divine weapons on the tier of legendary weapons, they still surpass them in terms of exquisite design. The majority of the divine artifacts on the tier of legendary weapons are now hidden away by those sects and academies, just like how the Frost God Spear has always been enshrined in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. What the experts of the present age want the most are the weapons produced by the Tang clan, so even a madman like Xiao Zhang would not dare to offend the Tang clan. Chun Chongsheng suddenly felt that the metal ball in his hand had become heavy. Zheshio continued, "If I'm not wrong, the metal ball in your hand should be the yellow paper umbrella." Chun Chongsheng repeated in surprise, "Yellow paper umbrella." He vaguely remembered that he had heard this name before. Correct. Back then, that junior martial uncle Su of the Mount Li Sword sect ordered a magical artifact from the Tang clan. The Tang clan made some modifications to his original design, and in the end, it took them 30 years to successfully create it. That magical artifact is the metal ball in your hand right now. Its name is the yellow paper umbrella, the martial granduncle that Go Hanshi and the others often mentioned. Since it's a magical artifact that was ordered by that legendary expert, why is it still in the Tang clan? Because in the end, that junior martial uncle Su did not come to take it. Why? Because he could not afford it. The room was silent. Chun Chongsheng felt that the metal ball in his hand had become much heavier, and his voice became tense. "This thing, is it very expensive?" Zheshio said. The yellow paper umbrella was named by the old master Tang himself. Chun Chongsheng made a sound of surprise, indicating that he did not understand what this meant. "Yellow paper is paper money." Zheshio looked at him and said. Chun Chongsheng understood. Paper money was different from the banknotes in the world. The denomination could be casually written. If the number on the paper money was turned into real money, how much money would that be? Besides the Tang clan, was there anyone else in the world that could take out so much money? It was no wonder that the legendary junior martial uncle of Mount Li, who had personally designed this magical artifact, had no choice but to reluctantly give it up. This yellow paper umbrella caused everyone in the world to be short of money. But now it had fallen into his hands. Chapter 246. Although no one has ever seen the yellow paper umbrella with their own eyes, because of this matter, the umbrella is extremely famous. There are even people in the pavilion of divination who have said that if one day the tier of legendary weapons were to be reconstructed, Amongst the famous weapons and magical artifacts of this era, this umbrella should have the most qualifications to enter the tier. Zheshio looked at him and continued, let alone the fact that you and Tang 36 are just friends. Even if it was because you are now the principal of the Orthodox Academy and Tang 36 is a student of the Orthodox Academy, the Tang clan would not need to take out this umbrella to curry favor with you. Besides, the Tang clan has always only bought people, not curried favor with them. Qin Changsheng thought about the words that Tang 36 had said in the Mausoleum of Books when he had lost his temper, and he knew that these words were correct, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Tao Academy or the Temple Seminary. A third of their annual expenses were provided by the Wunshui Tangs. The old master truly did not need to treat the Orthodox Academy with any special regard, even if his most beloved grandson was currently a student of the Orthodox Academy. But he was thinking about something else at the moment. If that Mount Lee's junior martial uncle saw that the magical artifact that he had poured so much blood and sweat into appear in the hands of a junior like me, would he not be happy? If it were you, would you be unhappy? Of course I will. So of course he will. Then will he come to rob or even kill for the treasure? Don't think so lowly of seniors and experts. Besides, who among those priests would have thought that the Tang old master would give you a yellow paper umbrella as a greeting gift? As long as the Tang family and you don't say anything, who will know? You know. All right, but since it's a very powerful magic tool, it will definitely be useful in the future. We'll talk about it when we need it. I'm just worried that when I use it in the future, will it provoke the Mount Lee Sword Sect? The Ivy Festival, the Grand Examination, the engagement with Suyu Rome. Haven't you provoked them enough? That's true. Then the next question is, how do I use the yellow paper umbrella? Zheshio thought it over, then said to him, try pouring your true essence in. This was the most common way of using magic treasures. Qin Changsheng obeyed and released a sliver of true essence, slowly entering the metal ball. A wonderful feeling entered the metal ball along with the true essence, and was reflected in his sea of consciousness. In the metal ball, he sensed countless undulating surfaces that looked like hills. Looking at it with his eyes, the surface of the metal ball was absolutely smooth, so these undulations should be on the inside of the ball. His true essence slowly moved forward along the undulating surface, and finally arrived at a certain point in the center. A ray of light flashed there, like a bolt of lightning, but also like the birth of a star. A gust of wind blew in the hall, and the metal ball in his palm trembled slightly. The scale-like lines on the surface of the metal ball split open, accompanied by a burst of fragmented mechanical springs and light metal clashing sounds. The cracked metal ball continuously changed and reassembled. Several film-like metal umbrellas appeared. Next, it was the umbrella ribs, then the handle. Not long after, an umbrella appeared in Qin Changsheng's hand. This umbrella, from the surface to the handle, was entirely made of metal. It was incomparably bright, as if it was a piece of silver that had just been taken out of the furnace. The cool breeze continued to swirl around the hall. Soon after, something that made Qin Changsheng and Zheshio feel uneasy happened. Those bright metal surfaces, upon encountering the cool breeze, began to change. Some areas constantly darkened, while others constantly darkened. In the space of a few breaths, the originally incomparably bright surface of the umbrella had become incomparably mottled. It looked like an ordinary oil paper umbrella that had been used for many years. It was covered in a thick layer of dust and looked extremely dirty. What's going on? Qin Changsheng nervously asked. He noticed that even the handle of the umbrella that he was holding had already become incomparably old and black, as if it was made of wood. Don't panic. Seeing the changes to the metal umbrella, Zheshio was at first somewhat shocked, but then he calmed down. His eyes seemed to burn even hotter. He extended his hand and said to Qin Changsheng, "Let me use your dagger." Qin Changsheng glanced at the dagger at his waist and shook his head. He thought to himself, since it's a treasure gifted to me by the Tang old master, I can't just break it. Even Choshan Jun's dragon scale sword might not be able to break this yellow paper umbrella. Jishio expressionlessly said to him. He did not continue to insist, and raised his right hand, saying, "Hold the umbrella tightly. I'm going to attack with all my strength." Chun Chong Sheng hurriedly gripped the handle of the umbrella with both hands. Just as he finished his action, he saw Jishio's fist smashing towards him. After breaking into ethereal opening while viewing the monoliths in the mausoleum of books, the current Jishio was even stronger than when he had fought in the grand examination. Several perfectly straight lines tore through the air, directly attacking Chen Chongsheng's face from under the umbrella. At a certain moment, Chen Chongsheng could faintly see the sharp claws at the front of the lines. He even had a feeling that Jishio really wanted to kill him. But at this moment, even if he did anything, it was already too late. He could only tightly grip the umbrella. Whoosh! The umbrella's handle trembled. 5 clear slashes appeared in the air before his eyes, and then those slashes gradually disappeared. He could faintly sense that the terrifying power from Jishio's fingers had been completely absorbed and dissipated by some sort of ripple of qi hanging from the edge of the umbrella. Afterwards, through some unknown method or channel, it had been transferred to the ground under the umbrella. It was to the extent that he did not even feel the slightest ripple of power. As expected of a magical artifact that even Mount Lee's junior martial uncle could not afford, the defensive ability of this yellow paper umbrella was truly too strong. Jishio looked at the claw marks that disappeared into the vertical plane of the umbrella and fell silent for a while. Chin Chong Shing looked at him and asked, "That's it?" Jishio said with an indifferent expression, "That's still not enough?" Chin Chong Shing said, "This umbrella is so famous. I originally thought that its performance would be very impressive." Jishio said, "Purely in terms of defense, this umbrella can withstand an attack from a star condensation expert. That's already very impressive." Chen Chongsheng thought to himself, "Even if your bloodline is abnormal, and you cannot be compared to a normal ethereal opening expert, isn't it a bit too much to compare your attack to a star condensation expert?" Although he thought this, he naturally would not say it out loud. After thinking it over, he said, "Do you think that this umbrella has some other use?" Jishio said, "I don't know." Chin Chongsheng said, "Perhaps I should go ask the Tang old master?" This umbrella had already become extremely ordinary, just like a really old and dirty umbrella. Jishio looked at the umbrella in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he said, "It's very obvious that after this umbrella was made, today is the first time it's been opened. I think that not even the Tang old master is clear on all the uses of this umbrella. If you want to understand, you can probably only ask that junior martial uncle of Mount Lee." Chin Chongsheng didn't say anything more. With a thought, he withdrew his true essence from the handle of the umbrella. Only a few cracking sounds could be heard as the yellow paper umbrella left behind several afterimages in the air. It was quickly retracted, finally transforming back into a metal ball in his palm. However, the surface of the ball was no longer smooth and bright. It looked like a pebble that had just been dug out from the sand. Northwest of Wenshui City was the Qinling Mountains. The Qinling Mountains extended for over 1,000 li, with a large river running through its northeastern foothills. The fertile soil on both sides was Tianliang County. The place that Chen Chongsheng's party wanted to go to was still very far from the capital of Tianliang County. However, the noble clans of Tianliang County had long ago dispatched countless experts to surround the area. Because this year, the Garden of Zhou was in Hanzhou City. The Garden of Zhou was a miniature world. It opened once every 10 years, and each time it would appear in a different place. Sometimes it would appear in Jiangnan, sometimes in the Eastern Mountains, sometimes in the snowy plains, sometimes around the capital, sometimes outside Shuilao City, and twice in the vast ocean between the continent and the Great Western Continent. When the convoy from the capital arrived at Hanzhou City, it was already evening. There was only one night left before the Garden of Zhou would officially open. ethereal opening cultivators from all over the continent, including their teachers and elders, numbered at least several hundred. All of them were waiting in Hancho City. To many people, this last night seemed especially long. Many young experts, impatient with waiting in the inns, had long since left the city and arrived outside the forest. Beyond the forest, one could see snow-capped peaks burning in the twilight. There was nothing else. Those young experts looked at the twilight and softly discussed something, but none of them dared to approach the forest, because outside the forest there were several grass huts, and several important figures were sitting in these huts. Sitting in these huts, suppressing the firmament, insignificant, this was overseeing. This year, overseeing the Garden of Zhou was an archbishop of the Sacred Hall of the Orthodoxy, 2 divine generals of the Great Zhou, and an elder of the Longevity sect. But the one that truly made those young experts afraid to approach was in the grass hut at the very front. It was a middle-aged man with long hair draped over his shoulders. He had a confident bearing, and his gaze was extremely cold. The cultivators from Hancho City respectfully bowed towards the grass hut from afar, but the middle-aged man completely ignored them. No one had any objections to this, because the middle-aged man was the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, as well as the head of the Tianliang Zhu clan. The number 1 clan of Tianliang County was naturally the great Zhou imperial clan, the Qin clan. But the Chun imperial clan currently resided in the capital, and after Wang Po's Wang clan declined, the Zhu clan had become the number 1 clan of Tianliang County. Of course, his status in the cultivation world was even more shocking, because he was Zhu Luo of the storms of the 8 directions, drinking alone under the moon, Zhu Luo, the 5 saints, the storms of the 8 directions, and the people on the Proclamation of Liberation were the true peak experts of the continent. Compared to the 5 saints, the storms of the 8 directions did not have as much secular authority, but in terms of cultivation, they were not any weaker. This expert was revered by the common people as drinking alone under the moon, not because he loved wine, but because 300 years ago he had journeyed to the snowy plains of the extreme north. Outside Xuelao City, he had personally observed the moon and composed a poem. After he composed that poem, he revealed the Saint Realm and killed the 2nd demon general in one fell swoop, shocking the world. The emotion-severing sect cultivated the art of severing one's emotions and destroying one's nature. In that poem he had composed under the moon in Xuelao City, there was a line, "Drinking alone does not make friends." Everyone knew that this expert of the continent did not have a good temper. As a result, no one dared to approach that grass hut. Even the Pegasus seemed to sense the terrifying pressure and cold aura coming from that grass hut, lowering its head to express its submission. Chun Changsheng lightly stroked its wings to comfort it. He silently gazed at the thin and tyrannical figure within the grass hut. Some people noticed the insignia of Li Palace on this group of carriages and guessed at their origins. The quiet scene began to stir, and one could faintly hear someone whispering to ask who Qin Changsheng was. At dusk the scenery was dim, and the snow-white Pegasus was very striking. Many people looked over, thinking to themselves, could it be that the seemingly ordinary youth is that person? At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice arose from beneath the grass hut. "You are Qin Changsheng?" I've finally written about an expert of this level. Haha. The Pope and the Divine Empress are obviously not included. See you tomorrow. Chapter 247. You are Qin Changsheng? He is Qin Changsheng? Who is Qin Changsheng? Ever since the Ivy League gathering, or more accurately, ever since news of his engagement with Su Yurong had spread throughout the continent, these were the 3 phrases that Qin Changsheng had heard the most. As time passed, this situation did not improve, but rather, as his reputation appeared more and more, there were times when even he himself almost didn't know who he was. The curiosity of humans was not much different from that of cats. Even the Divine Empress had no way of stopping the mouths of the people of the world. From the very beginning, when he heard those discussions and saw those gazes, he was nervous and reserved, to the point where he was now numb to it all. However, he could not deal with it as usual, because the person who had asked this question was the solitary drunk under the moon, Zhu Luo, a senior expert that even the Li Palace had to treat courteously. He took a few steps forward and bowed towards the grass hut in the distance, dignified and orderly. Outside the quiet evening forest, there was a slight disturbance. Countless gazes were cast over, falling upon his body. Chen Changsheng's expression was calm, but how could he truly be calm? Thinking of the scene when he entered Shui City, thinking of the deliberate flattery and cold gazes of those people, he felt very helpless. Inexplicably, being famous really wasn't a happy thing. Just how had Su Rong lived these past few years? Compared to the uproar in the capital and Shui City, the crowd outside the evening forest very quickly quieted down. This was because Zhu Luo was currently questioning Qin Changsheng, who had dared disturb him. The storms of the 8 directions were the strongest experts of the human world. In terms of strength, they were not below the 5 saints. Although the opening of the Garden of Zhou was important, Zhu Luo alone was enough. With one of the strongest experts of the world watching, unless the Demon Lord or Black Robe personally came, there would not be any problems. Zhu Luo did not look at Chen Changsheng, but at the snowy peaks behind the forest. His long hair that draped over his shoulders burned with the distant snowy peaks, giving off a particularly wild feeling. Has Mei Li Sha gone senile? He actually let a child like you become the principal of the Orthodox Academy. Hearing these words, the forest outside became even quieter. Many people looked at Qin Changsheng, their gazes filled with all sorts of emotions. There was sympathy and pity, but of course there was also ridicule and schadenfreude. Although he had the merit of summoning the starlight of the mausoleum of books that night, Qin Changsheng was still only 15 years old. For him to become the principal of the Orthodox Academy at such a young age, for a moment, it was unknown how much discussion and censure the world had caused. But no one dared to publicly question the Pope's decision. Although Zhu Luo was one of the storms of the 8 directions, it was still inconvenient for him to publicly challenge the will of the Pope, so he spoke of Mei Li Sha. Of course, everyone knew who he was truly speaking of. Mei Li Sha was an archbishop of the Bureau of Ecclesiastic Education, one of the Orthodoxy's 6 prefects. His status was just about the same as Zhu Luo's. Zhu Luo's taunting words could not be considered as provoking the orthodoxy, nor was he bullying the weak. Officer Xian walked to Chen Changsheng's side and softly said a few words. Only now did Chen Changsheng know that Zhu Luo, as the head of the 2nd aristocratic family of Tianliang County, had been close to the Qin imperial family that originated from Tianliang County for several hundred years. Because the divine empress was in power and had suppressed the imperial family, this peerless expert had always had a bad relationship with the capital and had an extremely cold relationship with the Li Palace. On the contrary, he was very close to the orthodoxy's old power that Mei Li Sha represented, and was even an old friend of Mei Li Sha. Logically speaking, he should be taking care of Qin Changsheng. Why did this peerless expert speak out to make things difficult for him? Chen Changsheng very seriously thought about it. Only then did he understand that Zhu Luo was mocking his eminence, not him. Whether it was age or strength, in Zhu Luo's eyes he was obviously a child. In the eyes of the common people, Orthodox Academy had long since declined. Chen Changsheng being its principal was only an empty title. Did he not see that the academy deep within the 100-blossom lane only had 2 or 3 students? But for a senior expert like Zhu Luo, the significance of Orthodox Academy was far from this. Thinking back to the years when Orthodox Academy was under the leadership of that principal, it could be said to be infinitely glorious. Even the recently Shan sword sect couldn't completely compare. Thinking that such an academy had actually allowed a youth like Chen Changsheng to become its principal, Zhu Luo would naturally feel somewhat regretful, or perhaps uncomfortable. For an important figure like him, He naturally couldn't imagine how much pressure his casual words would bring to Qin Changsheng, nor what kind of expectations it would bring to those spectators. Outside the forest was a scene of silence. Everyone looked at Qin Changsheng, wanting to know how he would answer Zhu Luo's question, whether it was mockery or pity. There were very few people who were worried about him. At this moment, Qin Changsheng thought of the words that His Holiness had said to him during the grand examination. Lower your head, then you can bear the crown. Therefore, he slightly bowed, then lowered his head. He once again bowed towards Zhu Luo under the grass hut, without saying anything, turned around and returned to the carriage. What was this? Was this disregard? A slight uproar once again arose amongst the crowd, thinking that Qin Changsheng had probably greatly offended Zhu Luo this time. Everyone knew that amongst all the peak experts of the continent, Zhu Luo's personality was the coldest and most severe. How would he teach Qin Changsheng a lesson? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhu Luo didn't get angry, nor did he say anything more. Using 2 fingers to pick up the wineskin, he brought it to his lips and took a long drink, then gazed at the gradually appearing stars upon the mountain, remaining silent. His words were said to Li Palace, to Mei Li Sha, and also to His Holiness, the Pope, to clearly express his dissatisfaction. But it wasn't said to Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng naturally didn't need to answer. Not answering was the best answer. Priest Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Qin Changsheng, and said in a low voice, "Enter the city to rest?" Qin Changsheng shook his head and said, "I won't enter Hanqiu City. I'll just wait in the carriage." The seemingly long night passed by uneventfully, following the arrival of the morning light. People continuously arrived from the official road, but even more people arrived from Hanqiu City. Mei Li Sha, under the protection of several dozen priests, arrived. Only now did Qin Changsheng know that the person presiding over this year's opening of the Garden of Zhou was him, but he didn't know when he had arrived or why he hadn't traveled together with him. The cultivators from the other sects and academies all had different reactions to this archbishop. Some people thought of Zhu Luo's words from last night and subconsciously looked towards the grass hut. A light spring breeze passed through the grass hut, carrying with it the thin sleeves of clothes. Zhu Luo had his eyes closed, half leaning against the railing, as if he had already passed out from drunkenness and was unwilling to wake up. Mei Li Sha looked in that direction, smiled and shook his head, then indicated that the ceremony to enter the garden should begin. Every 10 years, the Garden of Zhou would open once. It would open for 100 days, and after 100 days, everyone had to come out, or else they would be torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence in the Garden of Zhou. This was an iron law that had been proven many times over the years. The Garden of Zhou might contain Zhou Dufu's legacy, but it also contained the legacies of many experts that had been defeated by him. This was also a proven fact. Entering the Garden of Zhou could be said to be an adventure, but it could also be said to be a trial by fire. The rules set down by the human world were very simple, no matter what treasure or technique one picked up within the Garden of Zhou. As long as they could successfully bring it out of the Garden of Zhou, then it would belong to the sect or academy that the cultivator belonged to. Within the Garden of Zhou, one could steal from one another, but apart from killing one's competitors, there were no restrictions on using any other methods. In the past, there had been people who questioned whether or not these rules were too cruel and bloody. The Pavilion of Divination, entrusted by the saints to set down these rules, explained that if one could not directly face the bleak encounters and dripping blood within the Garden of Zhou, then in the future, when facing the cold and bloodthirsty demon experts, they would still die. So why waste resources? If the human race wanted to continue living on this continent, then they had to be a bit more ruthless towards the youths that would bear the heavy responsibility in the future. The priests explaining the rules gave serious warnings to the cultivators that entered the Garden of Zhou, and even more priests were distributing items to the registered visitors. Inside the cloth bags were 2 items. One was a flowing water bottle that was used to calculate time, and the other was a gray string. Some people did not understand why a special flowing water bottle was needed to calculate time. Even if the sun and stars in the Garden of Zhou could not calculate the time in the real world, as cultivators of ethereal opening, it was impossible for them to count the days incorrectly. As for the use of the gray string, it was very clear. If someone encountered an insurmountable danger in the Garden of Zhou, or if they felt that their harvest was already enough, or if they did not dare to continue exploring, they only needed to light the gray string, and they would be directly transported to the gate of the Garden of Zhou. Zhu Luo stood guard outside the Garden of Zhou. There was no moon in the human world, so he could only drink alone under the starry sky. However, no matter how drunk he was, as long as people saw him, they would be safe. Qian Changshan listened to the priests explain the rules and took the cloth bag that Priest Exen had handed over, but his mind was elsewhere. His gaze moved back and forth between the people outside the forest, and he felt slightly nervous. That senior sister from Holy Maiden Peak had come with him from the capital to Hanqiu City, and accompanying her was Yi Xiaolian. At this moment, the two of them were standing together with several other girls, so they should be fellow disciples of Holy Maiden Peak. He very seriously looked around, but he did not find anyone that looked like her. He had never seen her before, but he had heard that she was extremely beautiful, so he should be able to recognize her with a single glance. Had Su Yurong come or not? If she had come, where was she now? The morning light gradually flourished, but the fog showed no signs of dispersing. Between the forest and the mountain, the fog grew thicker and thicker, and the rays of the morning sun refracted and dispersed, forming all sorts of strange lines. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. The crowd looked into the fog and saw a small bridge, faintly visible. Under the bridge was flowing water, and they saw a corridor. At the corner was an old plum tree, quiet and beautiful, a garden. Was this the Garden of Zhou? The tranquil garden in the fog seemed to be illusory, yet it was real. It was like a mirage. The moment the Garden of Zhou appeared, Zhu Luo opened his eyes. He gazed at the quiet garden in the fog behind the forest, his eyes surging with complex emotions as he thought of many things. His hand rested on the railing, and he tapped it lightly. Mei Lisha also opened his eyes and slowly said, "Go! Don't be greedy and forget the time." Today there are 3 chapters. This is the first chapter. Although it will definitely be written, it will definitely be especially slow because a toothache is not an illness. I will try to finish the second chapter before 12:30. Chapter 248. When Mei Lisha said these words, he looked at the several hundred cultivators that were preparing to enter the Garden of Zhou. These cultivators were all at the ethereal opening realm and could be considered as experts in a general sense. They weren't too old. It could be said that these several hundred ethereal opening cultivators were the future of the human world. Qin Changsheng was amongst these several hundred people. He knew that the archbishop's words were directed at him. He slightly nodded his head to indicate that he understood, then followed the crowd into the forest. The forest in the early morning was very quiet and secluded, perhaps because the Garden of Zhou was faintly discernible in the distance. Not even the cry of a bird could be heard, only the rustling sound of people stepping on the old leaves in the forest. It didn't take long for the several hundred cultivators to arrive at the thick fog. The faintly discernible, tranquil garden within the fog became even clearer, as if it was right in front of them, yet it also seemed to be on the horizon. Many cultivators could already clearly feel that this fog was filled with dense essence qi. It was similar to the radiance of the stars, more like some sort of energy that was contained within crystals. Cultivators could not directly absorb it, but it was still extremely beneficial. It was of great assistance in calming the mind and mind. However, the depths of the fog hid an extremely great danger. A few cultivators with good eyesight could even see that outside the seemingly real, yet illusory, tranquil garden. Within the fog, there were extremely brief flashes of lightning that incessantly flashed and then disappeared. The orthodoxy's priests that were in charge of the opening of the Garden of Zhou, as well as the teachers and seniors of the various sects and academies, all remained outside the fog, not taking a single step forward. Perhaps the lightning within the fog had some sort of reaction towards cultivators that had surpassed the ethereal opening realm, bringing about some extremely terrifying consequences. This was already the outer garden of the Garden of Zhou. Several hundred cultivators were separated by the sects of the north and south, along with several dozen unaffiliated loose cultivators and cultivators from the Gate of Witchcraft in the wilderness. However, the fog forest was very quiet, no one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the opening of the Garden of Zhou. Every 10 years, the Garden of Zhou would appear on the continent, and each time it would open for a full 100 days. But it was not always discovered by people. In the past few decades, it had not appeared even once. The appearance of the Garden of Zhou outside Hanqiu City this year was not discovered by the humans, but rather confirmed by the mysterious and unfathomable military advisor Black Robe of the demon race. Fortunately, one of Black Robe's subordinates had attempted to assassinate Luo Luo in the capital's Orthodox Academy and failed. Because he was greedy for survival, he did not commit suicide on the spot and was captured alive by Shuexingchuan. In the end, Zhou Yong used an unparalleled method of interrogation and actually found a spy organization that Black Robe had planted deep within human society. Using this clue, he discovered the location and time of the opening of the Garden of Zhou. In order to control the Garden of Zhou, the opening location was not the most important thing. The most important thing was to grasp the key to the Garden of Zhou. In that period of time that was unknown to the world, the demons had sent out several upper-level ethereal opening experts. Before the Garden of Zhou had even floated over to Hanqiu City, they intended to seize the key first. The human world had already received the relevant information. On the surface, they pretended not to know, but in reality, they had also sent people to quietly infiltrate the outer garden of the Garden of Zhou. Because they had to hide from the eyes of the devil race, they had to quietly seize the initiative, so only one person went. This important decision was made by the 5 saints. The person they sent was Qiushanjun. Whether it was human, demon, or Yao, in the ethereal opening stage, the eldest brother of Mount Li was invincible. Qiushanjun seemed to be in danger, but in reality, he had succeeded without any surprises. He had paid the price of heavy injuries, but he had also used this opportunity to become the youngest star condensation expert in the world. The world had already begun to acknowledge that Qin Changsheng had the qualifications to compete with Qiushanjun. However, the grand examination where Qin Changsheng obtained first upon the first banner happened once a year, while Qiushanjun obtaining the key to the Garden of Zhou was a major event that happened once every 10 years. Not mentioning the difference between star condensation and ethereal opening. More importantly, Qiushanjun had obtained glory in a battle against the devil race. No matter how shocking Qin Changsheng's performance in the grand examination was, it was, after all, a matter of the human world. The significance of the two was completely different. If Qin Changsheng had not viewed the entire front mausoleum in a single day a few days ago in the Mausoleum of Books and succeeded as principal of Orthodox Academy, his image might have been even dimmer. In the short period of time that they were waiting for the Garden of Zhou to open, many people subconsciously looked towards Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng did not notice this. He was still thinking about Su Yurong. After confirming that Su Yurong was not amongst the several hundred people, for some reason, he felt much more relaxed. According to the records in the Taoist canon, in previous years, there were also some cultivators that would enter the Garden of Zhou a few days later. Su Yurong was probably the same. But why did she purposefully come later? Was it because she did not want to receive the passionate gazes of adoration from the crowd, or because she did not want to see himself? Furthermore, how would the Garden of Zhou open? The key to the Garden of Zhou that Qiushanjun had obtained should have been given to Mount Li. But amongst the senior experts that had come to the Garden of Zhou today, there was only an elder from the Longevity sect. There was no one from Mount Li. Qin Changsheng stood at the very front of the crowd, looking at the turbulence formed by the lightning and the tearing of space within the fog, looking at the tranquil garden that was sometimes near and sometimes far, thinking about these matters. It was at this moment that a rainbow descended. This rainbow had originated from some unknown place, descending from high up in the sky, piercing through the thick fog and landing in front of the crowd. The moment the lightning and the turbulence formed by the tearing of space within the fog came into contact with this rainbow, they all dissolved and dispersed, disappearing without a trace. The fog also became much thinner, and the scenery behind the fog became much clearer. A small bridge, a flowing stream, a winding corridor, and in front of the flowering trees, a faintly discernible wall appeared. Between the wall, which was also in front of the several hundred cultivators, a circular arched door appeared. The inscribed board on the arched door had 2 words written on it: Ethereal Opening. Behind the arched door was a stone path made of bluestone, its surface covered in a light layer of moss. It curved forward, extending into the depths of the fog. There were flying eaves that connected together, and there was even more scenery. Standing in the forest, it was impossible to take in all of the scenery with a single glance. The scenery was all behind the wall. The winding path led to a secluded place. Who had ever cared for the Garden of Zhou? The fog gradually dispersed. The scenery gradually became clear. The water vapor gradually condensed, and with a pitter-patter a rain fell. The spring wind blew the rain, wetting Qin Changsheng's face. He quietly stood where he was for a while, then walked behind the arched door known as Ethereal Opening. Several hundred cultivators followed him into the Garden of Zhou. The spring rain also began to fall outside the forest. The pitter-patter was like silk or thread. Several women dressed in white walked through the drizzle from the direction of Hanzhou City. In front of the forest, the priests of the Orthodoxy had confirmed their identities as members of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green. There was a plague in a certain place in the south. They had received the Pope's decree to bring the medical officials of the imperial court there to treat and save people, so they had arrived somewhat late. Seeing the several women walking into the forest, Zhu Luo revealed a hint of understanding. One of the women was dressed in the white ceremonial robes unique to the 13 divisions of Radiant Green. Her appearance could be considered delicate and pretty, and her bearing ordinary. Sensing Zhu Luo's gaze, the woman calmly bowed, then continued forward. Zhu Luo smiled but said nothing. The next chapter is before 2:30. Chapter 249. The rainbow that opened the Garden of Zhou originated from Mount Li, thousands of li away. The longevity sect was formed by 10 mountain sections. The Mount Li sword sect was the strongest, the hardest, and specialized in killing. It was not in the mountains, but in the northernmost, like the tip of a sword, piercing the north. In the morning, the main peak of Mount Li was surrounded by clouds. From the middle of the mountain, all one could see was a flat layer of clouds, like an island floating in a sea of clouds. This rainbow had shot out from a dwelling at the highest point of Mount Li's main peak. On both sides of the stone steps, several hundred ancient pines stood solemnly. Xiao, Songgong sat cross-legged at the top of the stone steps, and 3 discipline hall elders guarded the cave with swords. Seeing this, the Mount Li disciples at the bottom of the stone path could not help but discuss. That ray of light is the key to the Garden of Zhou. What is that key? It can create a rainbow and open the Garden of Zhou from thousands of li away? Eldest brother will be fine, right? What could happen? Do the demons dare to come to Mount Li to steal the treasure? Correct. The sect leader is guarding eldest brother in the cave. The 4 elders are defending with the sword array. And with the myriad sword array of Mount Li, even if the demon lord personally comes, what can he do? I wonder if 3rd brother and 7th brother have entered the Garden of Zhou. Speaking of which, I'm really curious about what's in the Garden of Zhou. If I could go in and see, that would be great. Then you have to hurry up and cultivate, or else you'll be stuck at the middle stage of meditation. Don't even think about entering the Garden of Zhou, let alone catching up to those seniors. The 7 seniors are all dazzling geniuses. How can we compare? Speaking of which, is that youth called Chun Changsheng really at the upper level of ethereal opening? Who knows? The Northerners have always been absurd, and their words are often exaggerated. Although the Orthodox Academy has already declined, to let such a child be the principal, it's truly absurd. Junior, be careful with your words. That's His Holiness's arrangement. It's already absurd and you can't say it? Don't the elders usually talk like this? The youth called Chun Changsheng to be able to cultivate to such a level in a short year. He must have something extraordinary about him, or else second brother would not have given him such a high valuation in his letter. So what? Could that fellow be mentioned in the same breath as eldest senior brother? If eldest brother doesn't succeed in star condensation and enters the garden of Zhou, I don't believe that Chun Changsheng will be able to steal anything. I also don't know what Senior Su is thinking. With the true dragon before her, could she not see who is stronger and who is better? In the past few months, whenever the disciples of Li Shan's sword sect talked about their seniors who were studying in the capital or their eldest senior's famous love affair, Chun Changsheng's name would naturally be mentioned. Afterwards, they would enter a boring cycle of disdain, caution, and then disdain again. However, in the next moment, all the discussions stopped abruptly. A clear tremor spread through the entire main peak of Mount Li. The magnitude was not large, and the surrounding sea of clouds was still calm. However, the faces of the people in the mountain instantly became filled with fear and unease, because this sort of thing had never happened before. A clear light suddenly appeared on the periphery of the sea of clouds. Countless sword shadows with terrifying power shuttled through the layers of clouds. Sometimes they rose like the sun, and sometimes they disappeared like a waterfall. Countless sword shadows let out mournful cries in the air. They were like schools of swordfish in the sea, frantically searching for food. This was the legendary myriad sword array of Mount Li. After a while, the myriad sword array did not discover any trace of the enemy. Following the array's instructions, it returned to its original position, once again concealing itself in the mountain's countless sword caves. The Mount Li disciples raised their heads in panic to look at the peak. They saw that the rainbow was still the same, but they felt like there was something else inside, or that the threads of light inside had become somewhat chaotic. Elder Xiao Songgong, who was sitting cross-legged at the very top of the stone steps, suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the distant rainbow, he sternly yelled, "What happened?" The expressions of the 3 discipline hall elders became even more solemn. They turned to look at the cave where the rainbow had appeared. An extremely long and clear roar burst forth from the cave abode. The rainbow light that had become somewhat chaotic quickly stabilized along with this clear whistle. However, the expressions of Xiao Songgong and the other Mount Li elders did not relax. It actually required the sect master to use the whistle of the true sword to suppress it. Just what had happened. In the next moment, the Mount Li sect master's calm and dignified voice rang out. "Send a message to the Li Palace. There has been a change in Hanqiu City, or perhaps the demons have made a strange move. Tens of thousands of li away from Hanqiu City was a snowy plain. There was a lot of snow everywhere. Although it was currently spring, the snow here was still very heavy, like the feathers of a peacock. If the snow stopped or lightened a little, one would probably be able to see that majestic demon city that could stand side by side with the capital of the Great Zhou. A demon male, cloaked from head to toe in a black robe, walked alone through the snowstorm. His back was to that famous Shuilao city, and he walked for a very long time. Only when the snowstorm had completely obscured the silhouette of the city did he stop. He gazed to the distant south, a bewitching smile appearing on his lips. From the speed at which he walked and his slightly slender body, this demon male was probably very old. It must be known that the demon race had always been renowned for their incomparably powerful bodies and near-perfect athletic abilities. When he gazed to the south, his black robe slightly lifted, revealing a very pale complexion. Beneath his skin was a green color that would make others loathe and fear, one that carried far too much of the aura of death. However, the smile on his lips was still as bewitching, because his handsomeness had already surpassed the limits of words, even capable of defeating the god of death. He sat down in the snowstorm and took out a black square plate. It was unknown what this black square plate was made of, but it seemed to possess some sort of heat. When the snowflakes landed on it, they instantly melted and then evaporated into water vapor. The water vapor was the clouds. The black square plate was shrouded by the clouds, and the demon male's face was also shrouded by the clouds, making it hard to see clearly. Only his extremely bright eyes could not be hidden. Many sceneries appeared on the black plate amidst the clouds. Compared to the real scenery, the scenery on the black plate was naturally many times smaller. One could faintly make out several mountains, a grassland, and several gardens. These gardens were completely different from the ornate style of Shu'al City. They were more like the gardens of the southern human world. The demon male closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, then raised his head to look to the south again. There were countless snowstorms in the sky. Logically speaking, he could not see anything. But he saw a rainbow. His mood changed slightly, and he sighed. "I haven't seen you for decades, but you are still the same." After saying this, the demon male calmed down again. With an indifferent expression, he stretched out his hand towards the sky. The demon race had a proverb, fishing the moon from the water. His current actions were very similar to this proverb. It was somewhat absurd and nonsensical, but when he pulled back his hand, a wisp of a rainbow appeared between his fingers. In the sky, he had plucked a sliver of that rainbow that led to the garden of Zhou. In the next moment, he gently placed that wisp of rainbow on the northeast position of the black square plate. The clouds on the black square plate encountered that wisp of rainbow and suddenly blurred, revealing a path. Several thousand li away from Hanqiu City was a tea hill. There was a lot of tea here, and tea was everywhere. Since it was spring, the tea trees here naturally grew extremely well. Like the feathers of a peacock, if the wind blew or if the sun shone for too long, one would be able to smell the fragrance of tea. In the early morning, the depths of the tea hill were shrouded in mist. Within the mist, one could faintly make out a path that led to a verdant wilderness. An old man carrying a zither and a little girl of about 10 years of age followed that path into the mist. The little girl had a childish face and a picturesque appearance, but for some reason, she made one tremble in fear. The old man carrying the zither and the little girl disappeared into the mist. In front of them, several figures could be faintly seen. Not long after, a man and a woman also walked into the tea hill. From their appearance, they seemed to be husband and wife. Their faces were simple and honest. The husband carried a pole, while the woman carried a metal pot. If they were selling food on the side of the road, then this pot was a little too big. No one knew what kind of truth was hidden within the mist of the tea hill. No one knew that the path that led into the mist led to a place called the Garden of Zhou, because no one could have imagined that the Garden of Zhou could actually open a second door. The wind and snow were furious. The demon male had forcefully opened the Garden of Zhou, and it was clear that he had used up a great deal of mental energy. His face became even paler, and the deathly still green color on his face became even thicker. He looked at the black square plate and silently prayed. The scenery on the plate became increasingly clear, and he could even see the several hundred human cultivators that had just entered the Garden of Zhou. Within the several hundred human cultivators, he very easily found his targets. He extended his finger and snapped it above Qi Jian and Zheshio's heads, igniting 2 vital flames. Then he placed the vital flames into 2 bronze pots and let them float in the wind and snow. Even the frigid wind and furious snow were unable to extinguish the 2 vital flames. The demon male calmly looked at the black square plate. After searching for a while, his gaze fell on the several women wearing the white ceremonial robes of the 13 divisions of radiant green that had just entered the Garden of Zhou. The third bronze pot floated in the wind and snow. Finally, he looked at Chun Chongsheng. He looked at Chun Chongsheng's figure in silence for a very long time. Then he smiled. He passed the positions of Qi Jian Zhixiu and the girl from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green to his subordinates, the people that had just entered the garden of Zhou from T Hill. I believe that you should continue to live, at least until you are 20. So I will not let you die so easily, so I will always watch over you. He looked at Qin Chongsheng as he spoke. His black robe was very eye-catching in the wind and snow. The 2 words, ethereal opening, were written on the arched gate of the garden of Zhou. This also represented the rules of this world. Only cultivators at ethereal opening could enter this place, and only then would they not be destroyed by the rules of this miniature world. Several hundred cultivators passed through the arched gate and arrived in this quiet garden, then dispersed. Before the cultivators of the orthodoxy left, the majority of them specially came to bid farewell to Qin Chongsheng. As for the people from the sects and schools of the south, they only said a word to Liang Xiaoxiao. Not too long after, the garden became quiet again. Qin Chongsheng stood on the small bridge and looked at the flowing water below. He suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Zhixiu stood behind him and said, "This is not the time to grieve over spring and autumn, and you also shouldn't be the type of person to grieve over spring and autumn." Qin Chongsheng smiled and also prepared to leave. But just at this moment, he suddenly felt a strange feeling, as if someone was spying on him. He looked around the garden. He did not see anyone, but that feeling still existed. He cultivated the Tao of following his heart, so he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood on the bridge for a very long time. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall in the garden of Zhou. The bridge was dotted with water, and the water rippled in circles. He looked at the sky. After a moment of silence, he took out an umbrella from his bosom and opened it. The umbrella seemed rather shabby and rather heavy. It was the yellow paper umbrella. The moment he opened the umbrella, that feeling disappeared. He looked at Zhixiu and said, "Let's go." 2 chapters for tomorrow guaranteed. Chapter 250. Zhixiu walked up and looked at the yellow paper umbrella in his hand. He asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Chongsheng did not know how to explain. After some thought, he said, "Sudden inspiration?" Zhixiu was silent for a while, then said, "That's an illness." Qin Chongsheng smiled and said, "I should be able to cure this illness." The 2 walked down the stone bridge, held the yellow paper umbrella, and disappeared into the misty rain. After a while, the girls from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green that had arrived later also arrived on the stone bridge. One of them had a delicate and pretty face and a very ordinary temperament. She seemed like a common disciple from a cultivation sect. The girl stood at the head of the bridge and raised her head to look at the drizzle falling from the sky. She was somewhat abnormal. A slightly older girl from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green looked at the girl's profile and revealed an expression of reverence in her eyes. Another girl looked at the girl and gathered her courage to ask, "Senior, do you really not want to see him that much?" The girl calmly said, "Seeing him or not, there's no difference. Then there's no need to see him. I hate trouble the most." Tens of thousands of li away from Hanqiu City, in the snowstorm, the demon man shrouded in a black robe looked at the black square board and frowned. Just a moment ago, Qin Chongsheng's figure had disappeared, and soon after, Zhixiu had also disappeared. He did not know that Qin Chongsheng had opened the umbrella that the Wen Shui Tang old master had gifted him. He silently thought, just what is going on? In the present world, no one understood the garden of Zhou better than him, and no one had more far-reaching plans than him. He believed that he could perfectly control the situation in the garden of Zhou. If this black square board was a chessboard, then the people in the garden of Zhou were all his chess pieces. But now he suddenly discovered that a chess piece had disappeared from the chessboard. This made him very surprised. The 3 bronze pots floating in the snowstorm had ignited the vital flames of Zhixiu and the other 2. He had already connected them to his subordinates that had infiltrated the garden of Zhou, but he still had not had the time to deal with Qin Changsheng. He could only wait for Qin Changsheng to show himself again. He also did not know when the drizzle in the garden of Zhou would stop. The snowstorm suddenly stopped. It was not a normal stop, but a true stop. The wind was silent. Snowflakes that looked like peacock feathers floated in the air and scattered around the demon race man. The demon raised his head and looked at a certain place in the depths of the snowfield. His expression was still indifferent, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. They appeared slender and delicate, but they were so lifeless. A clear sword mark slowly appeared there, as if it wanted to cut open the snowy sky. Where did this sword come from? How could it stop the wind and snow of the infernal domain? In order to murder some juniors, you've exposed our sect's cultivation method. Don't you think that the price you've paid is a little too high? A voice rang out in the snowy sky. This voice was very clear and had a sense of laziness to it. To be honest, we've been investigating for hundreds of years, but only today did we find out that the demon race's military advisor is actually a candle shadow shaman. The man smiled and didn't say anything. It turned out that he was the most mysterious and terrifying demon military advisor, Black Robe. No wonder his black robe was so eye-catching in the wind and snow. Then who was the owner of this clear voice? Facing the unfathomable demon military advisor, Black Robe, that person didn't show the slightest fear, and even seemed rather unconcerned. With the terrifying sound of space being torn apart, the sword mark in the snowy sky slowly expanded and a person walked out. As he walked through the sword mark, that person seemed to be plated with a layer of sharpness. His clothes and eyes were filled with a bright luster. It wasn't until that person had walked several steps on the snowy ground that the sharpness gradually faded. It was a human man of unknown age. If one only looked at the laziness in his eyes, he seemed to be a young man, but the serenity and depth in his eyes made it seem like he had cultivated for 1,000 years. The man stood on the snowy ground with his hands behind his back. A sword was tied to his waist, lightly swaying. He seemed very casual and elegant. In order to accomplish something, a price must be paid. Black Robe looked at the man and calmly said, "Suli, you've wandered the world for hundreds of years. Have you still not understood this principle? There was only one person in the world who had the surname Su and could make demon military advisor Black Robe interested in talking with him. Mount Li's junior martial uncle, Su Li. To the human world, the demon military advisor Black Robe was the greatest nightmare. From a certain perspective, he was even more terrifying than the demon lord. Then the junior martial uncle of Mount Li, Su Li, was the most bizarre legend, the most unbridled ocean. Because of the Garden of Zhou, they had met. So who would be able to leave? Su Li was not interested in Black Robe's words. From several hundred years ago, he had become extremely uninterested in the extremely profound conversations of his senior brother, the sect master, the Holy Maiden, the Pope, and Emperor Taizong. His interest lay in the sword, in the journey, in the drifting clouds, and the starry sky. He directly asked, "How many subordinates did you send into the Garden of Zhou? Does the Candle Shadow Shaman still have clansmen for you to use?" Black Robe waved his hand, and the mist on the black square plate rose once more, annihilating the scenery and the people in the Garden of Zhou. He looked at Su Li, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "What, worried about your daughter?" Hearing these words, Su Li also squinted his eyes and smiled. When Black Robe squinted his eyes were slender and delicate, but they were filled with a deathly aura. It was very frightening. When Su Li squinted his eyes, his smile seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, it was like the dazzling edge of a sword. He sighed ruefully. "No wonder you're the legendary Black Robe. Truly frightening. You actually even know about this matter," Black Robe calmly replied. "In this world, there are very few things that I don't know." Su Li's smile gradually faded, and with a serious expression, he asked, Then do you know when I go crazy how frightening I am? Black Robe's smile became even more sincere. Back then, when you went crazy for the first time, Mount Lee's myriad sword array was almost destroyed by you. When you went crazy for the second time, 17 elders of the longevity sect died in one night, so even now, they're still unable to elect a sect master. Just like that, one of the 6 saints was lost. You humans all say that painted armor Xiaozhang is a madman, but how could you know that he can't even compare to one of your toes? It's just that when you go crazy, the things you do are so crazy that no one dares to mention them. Su Li seriously explained. The second matter has nothing to do with me. At the very least, I won't admit it. Black Robe smiled but said nothing. Su Li asked, since you know that I'm very frightening when I go crazy, why do you still do this? Black Robe's smile faded. He looked at him and said very seriously, this means that I have the confidence to control everything. Su Li raised his brows. The thing that I can't understand the most is how you control the Garden of Zhou. Sometimes I even wonder if you're Lord Wang Jitsa. Black Robe calmly replied, in these several hundred years, you've always been traveling the world. Presumably, you've been looking for me, wanting to ask me the truth? Su Li calmly looked at him, and his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. He said, even now I still don't know who you are, but since I've found you after so much difficulty, I don't want to let you go. The military advisor of the demon race, Black Robe, was unquestionably the most mysterious and frightening enemy of the human world. Back then, if not for him, or the allied armies under Emperor Taizong's command, they would have already conquered Shula City, and the demons would have already become a name in history. In these several hundred years, what the experts of the human world wanted to do the most was to find Black Robe and then kill Black Robe. The problem was, even now, no one knew Black Robe's true identity, much less find a trace of him. Until today, when Black Robe plucked a rainbow from the sky and opened a door to the Garden of Zhou, alarming Mount Li. From there, Su Li, who was traveling in the north, found him. Finding me is not important. What's important is killing me. The problem is, can you kill me? Black Robe calmly looked at Su Li and said, I touched the Garden of Zhou and revealed a trace, allowing you to take advantage of it. But have you ever thought that this could also be an ambush for you? Just like what I said before, you've searched for me for several hundred years without finding me. Then, if I didn't want you to find me, how could you possibly find me? Su Li's eyes narrowed even more. His smile was full of smiles, and the sharpness gradually rose. Black Robe did not seem to notice, and indifferently said, at the beginning, I sent that member of the Yesher clan to the capital to assassinate the little princess of the demi-humans, precisely so that you humans could find the Garden of Zhou first. In order to gain your trust, I even borrowed His Majesty's Heaven's Net. Of course, that little Gai Qiushan Jun's performance in the outer garden somewhat exceeded my imagination. The methods I originally prepared were unable to be put into practice, so I could only use my backup plan. Su Li said, you want to kill people in the garden? Black Robe said, correct. Su Li said, if you really have such methods, why haven't you done anything in the Garden of Zhou in these several hundred years? Black Robe looked at him and smiled. Because you only had a daughter that you treasured more than 10 years ago, and because your daughter can only enter the Garden of Zhou this year, I wanted to let you know that I have the ability to harm your daughter, so you had to come find me. Only then could I kill you. Su Li seemed to understand and said, so in the end it was still to kill me. Black Robe said, after spending so much effort to arrange this, I still have to obtain enough benefits. Su Li said somewhat awkwardly, I'm not a saint and I don't control a storm. To the humans, I'm not important. You're not being modest, but mocking my eyesight. Black Robe shook his head and said sternly, in my eyes, the so-called 5 saints and storms of the 8 directions are not worth fearing, because they're already old and have no desire to advance. But you're different. You're not bound by the secular world, and you're alone. You dare to kill, you can kill, and you even do not hesitate to kill indiscriminately. If my race wants to defeat the humans, people like you must die." Su Li was silent for a very long time. Suddenly he said somewhat vexedly, "Why do I feel like I'm very happy to hear these words?" Black Robe laughed, but did not say anything. He picked up the black square plate and gave it a light shake. The clouds and mist retreated, and everything seemed to be the same as before. Su Li's expression turned slightly cold. He said, "You closed the Garden of Zhou?" Black Robe said, "This is Mr. Zhou's world. Although I have some understanding, I still cannot completely close it. However, temporarily closing it for a few days is still possible." Su Li slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Just what do you want to do?" Black Robe said, "I've said it before. After spending so much effort to arrange this, I still have to obtain enough benefits. Other than you, I still want to kill a lot of people." Su Li coldly said, "Only ethereal opening cultivators can enter the Garden of Zhou. Even if you had a plan long ago, the subordinates that sneaked in are still limited, no matter how strong they are. A few demon children want to defeat several hundred people? The demons are blessed by the heavenly Tao. They are innately able to cultivate, and their bodies can be said to be perfect. But why can't they defeat us humans? Because we rely on our numbers to bully you demons. Then have you ever thought about why you humans have never been able to defeat us? It's because the more humans there are, the easier it is for internal strife to occur. Other than the carrion-eating jackals, I've never seen a race on this continent that likes to kill each other as much as you humans do. Of course, I also never thought that opening a side door in the Garden of Zhou would allow me to bury several hundred ethereal opening human cultivators. I only want to kill a few people, that's all. This is not difficult at all." Su Li asked, "Who do you want to kill?" Black Robe smiled and said, "Zhixiu is too similar to you in the past, so he must be killed. The 2 girls, including your daughter, must also die. That young principal of the Orthodox Academy is called Chen Chongxing. It's just these 4 people. I'm very regretful that Go Hanqi did not enter the Garden of Zhou. Otherwise, it would be more or less complete. Why do you want to kill these 4 people? Because they are humanity's future, and you are humanity's present. The reappearance of the Garden of Zhou has helped me destroy humanity's present and future. Presumably, if its master knew of this matter, he would also be very gratified." Su Li was silent for a while, then asked, "What about Qiu Shanjun?" "The bloodline of a true dragon, reaching star condensation before the age of 20. He really is a true genius." Black Robe looked at him and said with a smile, "It's a pity that your junior is infatuated. When he knows that opening the Garden of Zhou is like opening a door to the abyss for those 4 people, when he knows that Su Yurong died because of him, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. To deal with this kind of infatuated person, not killing him is even crueler than killing him." Su Li said, "Wang Pa, Xiaozhang Liangwang's son." These 3 names were all on the Proclamation of Liberation. When he said it, it was a question and also a challenge. Black Robe thought it over, then said, "Just like you said, humans are so fertile. I still need to be a little more patient. Let's take it slowly, kill them slowly. I think there will be a day when I can kill them all." After saying this, he began to cough. His handsome face became even paler, and the green color under his skin became even denser, making him seem especially monstrous. A trickle of blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. Su Li's figure also began to sway slightly, and his eyes became slightly gloomy. Only now did several hundred crisscrossing sword slashes appear in the stillness of the snowy sky. Some sword slashes penetrated several li into the snow, and even seemed like they wanted to split open the sky. But in the end they were unable to split open, because outside the snowy sky there was still dancing snow. As it turned out, while they were talking, these two strongest experts of the world had always been fighting. With black robes coughing, the stillness of the snowy sky gradually loosened, and the snowflakes began to fall once more. Several mountainous figures slowly appeared in the surroundings of the snowy plains, their pressure terrifying to the extreme. Several demon great generals appeared on the battlefield. A shadow emerged from the distant Shuelal city, obscuring half the sky, and landed on the snowy plains. Su Li stared blankly, then turned to the south. He squinted his eyes, and his expression became slightly melancholic, as if he was deeply moved. Then he roared, "Someone come quickly!" I suddenly very much look forward to the scene of Qin Chongqing fighting Little and Little Su at Mount Li after a million words. The next chapter is before 11. Chapter 251. Mount Li's myriad sword array was activated once more. Under the morning sun, the myriad sword glows were like flowing gold. The white crane let out a clear cry and left Holy Maiden Peak. On the dew platform of the imperial palace in the capital, the divine empress was nowhere to be seen. The bells of the Li Palace began to ring without warning. Although they were not hurried, they rang out continuously as if they would never stop. In the grass hut outside Hanqiu City, Zhu Luo suddenly opened his eyes. There was only boundless vigilance and shock in them, not a hint of drunkenness. Inside the carriage, Mei Li Sha also opened his eyes. An indescribable expression flashed through his slightly turbid eyes. They did not know what was happening outside Shuelal City in the distant north, nor did they know that Mount Li was shaking, nor could they hear the bell of the Li Palace. However, just a moment ago, they sensed an extremely shocking matter. The garden of Zhou had closed once more. The forest was in an uproar. The elders of the longevity sect, the priests of the orthodoxy, and the teachers of the various academies and sects all surged in front of that persistent cloud. The lightning in the fog was still as ferocious as a snake. The passage opened by the rainbow in the early morning had disappeared and was once again occupied by the fog. The rainbow was still there, but its position was constantly shifting. It was unable to accurately open up a path, and could only cause the mist to tumble continuously. Zhu Luo and Mei Li Sha stood at the very front, their expressions solemn as they looked at the scene in front of them. With their eyesight, they could see that the winding path was faintly discernible within the fog. They could confirm that the path hadn't completely disappeared. It was just that it was temporarily blocked by some kind of disturbance. A small world has its own rules of operation. Apart from the owner, no one can change it. Mei Li Sha slowly said, "Unless Zhou Dufu comes back to life, no one can close the garden of Zhou prematurely. Presumably, in a few days, the gate to the garden should open again." That being said, the atmosphere in the forest did not lighten up. Who was it that was affecting the opening of the garden of Zhou? What does he want to do? Zhu Luo and Mei Li Sha didn't even need to think about it to know that it was definitely the work of the demons. They even immediately thought of that person's name, Black Robe. Mei Li Sha thought of many things, and the worry on his face became more and more intense. When would the gate to the garden of Zhou open again? What would happen in the garden during these days? What would those people face? What would happen between them? Who could control the situation? Zhu Luo suddenly said she went in. Mei Li Sha was silent for a moment, then said, "It depends on him." The people in the garden of Zhou did not know what was happening outside. Qin Chongqing and Zhexiu held umbrellas as they walked through the drizzle. After leaving the tranquil garden with the small bridge and flowing water, they arrived at the mausoleum filled with green. Standing in front of a cliff, looking down at the rain-soaked forest beneath his feet and the distant grassland bathed in sunlight, Qin Chongqing felt his mind open up. The garden of Zhou was not just a garden. It was a true miniature world. Zhou Dufu was indeed worthy of being the strongest expert of the continent in 1,000 years. The miniature world he left behind was many times better than the Pope's green leaf world. They followed the mountain path into the forest and walked out of the forest. The two of them came to the front of a river and looked into the distance. They saw that the grassland was still shining under the sun, and the distance between them had not shortened. Chun Chong Sheng took out the flowing water bottle and examined it. He discovered that it had taken an hour to reach this point. Comparing it to the time he had silently counted, he confirmed that the flow of time hadn't increased or decreased. I heard that in the depths of the grassland, 1 month is 1 day outside the garden. It's the best place to cultivate, Zhishio said. However, it's already been over 100 years and no one has been able to reach the deepest part of the grassland. No one knows if Zhou Dufu's legacy is there or not. They only know that the grassland hides many dangers and there are some especially fierce monsters. Chun Changsheng had also read about the relevant records in the Taoist canon. Hearing the word monster, he subconsciously glanced at Zhishio. The wolf tribe youth had lived on the snowy plains since he was young, so he was most likely most skilled at hunting beasts. The monsters that can live and reproduce in that grassland are not something that ethereal opening cultivators can contend against. Zhishio expressionlessly said, "So don't think too much about it." Looking at the distant grassland, Qin Changsheng had no way of not thinking about it. He subconsciously rubbed the hilt of his sword. The sound of the river was rather loud, or perhaps it was in his sea of consciousness. In any case, Zhishio did not hear the 2 weak creaks. "Where are we going?" Zhishio asked. The Garden of Zhou had a total of 5 regions. Other than the distant grassland that seemed calm but was actually extremely dangerous, the other 4 regions had basically been completely explored by human cultivators and demons over the past several hundred years. Many of the relics of the once all-powerful experts of the continent had been found and their legacies re-established. Many magical artifacts had also seen the light of day once more. After several hundred years, no one knew what else was in the Garden of Zhou, but all the sects and schools had a common understanding. If one wanted to obtain a few magical artifacts or legacies, they would have to put in more effort and take more risks than the previous generation of cultivators. Chun Changsheng thought about it, then said, "Is there any place you want to see?" When he was viewing the monoliths in the Mausoleum of Books, he had already thought about what he wanted to do after entering the Garden of Zhou. He wanted to see some scenery and find some ruins. After that night, the destination of his journey had been slightly revised, but the grassland was definitely the last place he would go. Zhishio said, "I want to go to the sword pool." Then he added, "If there really is a sword pool." Chun Changsheng said, "The sword pool is only a legend. No one has ever seen it. In the past several hundred years, so many senior cultivators have not found it. I don't think we can find it either." "There are no swords," Zhishio seriously said to him. Chun Changsheng silently thought about it for a while. It really was like that. In the past several hundred years, the Garden of Zhou had opened many times. The cultivators that had entered the Garden of Zhou to explore had found many magical artifacts, precious treasures, and the most precious legacies, but they had never found a sword. Whether it was in the mountains where the pines rustled angrily or the shores of the lakes that rippled like mirrors, there were no swords. Back then, so many experts of a continent had been defeated by Zhou Dufu's hands. Where had their swords gone? The legend of the sword pool truly did have some truth to it. Even if our luck is good and we really do find the sword pool, those swords will definitely all be broken and devoid of spiritual energy. It would be better to go to the caves and the cliffs and search. Perhaps we can find a suitable magical artifact. "I don't have a sword," Zhishio seriously said to him. "If possible, I want to find a sword to use. Moreover, I don't like magical artifacts." Only then did Chun Changsheng remember that Zhishio had always fought barehanded. After thinking about it, he said, "I remember that in the notes of someone before, if you follow this river upstream, there will be a mountain stream on the right side 10 some li away. Someone once found a sword sheath at the bottom of the stream. If there really is a sword pool in the Garden of Zhou, then it should be nearby. At some point, the rain had stopped. Chen Changxing put away his umbrella and went upstream with Zhixiu. Not long after, they suddenly heard the mournful cries of swords coming from the riverbank in front of them. Skirting the rocks, they saw a young girl sitting against a tree. Her left shoulder was covered in blood. It was the senior from Holy Maiden Peak that had come with Chen Changsheng from the capital. The girl called Yi Xiaolian stood guard in front of her with her sword held horizontally, her face full of anger. I would like to inform everyone of a few matters. First, the book review area is holding a small event. The event will be held tomorrow, which is the 18th of November. The theme of the event is XXXX. Tomorrow I will write less because I will be drinking. I have a few small gifts for everyone. They are all the work of the sub-editors. For more information, please move to the top of the book review area. Second, in a little while I will be holding a lottery on Weibo. It's purely for fun, but the prizes should be pretty good. Third, also in a little while, I will be posting the prototype of the entrance to the Garden of Zhou on WeChat. It was obtained in September through collecting information. Collecting information with infinite echoes. Chapter 252. With a clang, the sword light by the river suddenly disappeared, and a flying sword returned to its sheath. Chen Changsheng and Zhixiu looked over and saw that the one who had attacked was a middle-aged cultivator dressed in hemp garments. His eyes were deep and spirited, and there was a young Taoist at his side, most likely his companion. The several hundred cultivators that had entered the Garden of Zhou had all entered ethereal opening. Most of them were the core strength of the various academies and sections. There weren't many people who could tell their age at a glance. In Chen Changxing's opinion, if they weren't loose cultivators, then they should have come from some small sect. His thoughts were correct. This middle-aged cultivator was called Fu Qiansong, and he was a cultivator from a place in the south called the Clear Void Monastery. He was even the monastery master of the Clear Void Monastery, and his cultivation was already at the middle level of ethereal opening. In places like the Li Palace or the Longevity sect, he might not be special, but in ordinary sects he was already an incredible expert. The young man was his eldest disciple, and he had just entered ethereal opening. Seeing Chen Changxing and Zhixiu suddenly appear, the young Taoist from the Clear Void Monastery immediately became nervous. His right hand slightly trembled, as if he was ready to summon his flying sword at any time. The middle-aged cultivator immediately recognized Chen Changxing's identity and raised his hand to stop the disciple. He then bowed to Chen Changxing and said, "Greetings, Principal Chen." The Clear Void Monastery was a small and unknown sect that belonged to the orthodoxy. According to the rules of the Garden of Zhou, this middle-aged cultivator had no qualms about attacking a disciple of Holy Maiden Peak. However, when facing Chen Changsheng, he became respectful. After all, he still had to live outside the Garden of Zhou, so how could he dare to be rude to Chen Changsheng? After hearing the middle-aged cultivator's self-introduction, Chen Changsheng finally understood what had happened. Looking at the damaged magical artifact in the cultivator's hand, he thought to himself, "It said that all the treasures and legacies in the Garden of Zhou have already been discovered. So why were these two girls from Holy Maiden Peak able to find them so easily? That was a magical artifact that the seniors of my Gentle Stream Monastery found in the Garden of Zhou 80 years ago. However, they left in a hurry and did not have the time to take it with them, so they hid it under a tree by the river." Yi Xiaolian angrily looked at the middle-aged cultivator and said, "This is something that belongs to my family, yet you actually dare to sneak attack and steal it. Do you have any shame?" The middle-aged cultivator's expression was slightly awkward. He was more than 50 years old this year and had been in the ethereal opening realm for many years. If he had to use a sneak attack on two young girls who had just entered the ethereal opening realm not too long ago, it would not be good for his reputation. As a branch of the orthodoxy, the Clear Void Monastery was not afraid of the retaliation of the South, even if it was the legendary Holy Maiden Peak. This was because the rules of the Garden of Zhou were set down by the saints. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, it was only natural that the other side should withdraw from the Garden of Zhou as soon as possible. However, with the appearance of Chen Chongqing and Zhexiu, he could only withdraw his sword. 80 years ago, the senior Taoist nun of Gentle Stream Monastery entered the Garden of Zhou to explore its mysteries. She found a damaged magical artifact, but for some reason, she did not take it with her and instead hid it under a tree. After she left the garden, she told this secret to her disciples so that they could enter the Garden of Zhou and retrieve it. It was easy to imagine that behind this ancient story, there were definitely many secrets that were hidden, and it even made people sigh with sorrow. Chen Chongsheng looked at the injured girl from the Holy Maiden Peak and asked, "Senior Tong, are you all right?" Similar to the longevity sect, the Holy Maiden Peak also governed many sects and monasteries. For example, Yi Xiaolian was from Gentle Stream Monastery. The girl's talent for cultivation was rather good, and perhaps next year she would be able to enter the South Stream Temple. The South Stream Temple did not have the rumored distinction between the inner and outer sections. It was only because Su Yurong was appointed as the next Holy Maiden of the South that she was a little special. According to the order of entry, Su Yurong should have called this girl surnamed Tong Senior. For some reason, Chen Chongsheng very naturally called her Senior from the Mausoleum of Books all the way here. That Senior Tong stood up with Yi Xiaolian's support. The fingers that held her left shoulder were dripping with blood, and her face was somewhat pale. She shook her head and said it should be fine. Within the Mausoleum of Books, she was able to view the monoliths and comprehend and break through to ethereal opening in a month's time. Her talent for cultivation could be said to be very outstanding. For Yi Xiaolian to also break through to ethereal opening was due to her good luck. However, the most important reason was the starlight that Chen Chongsheng had attracted that night. The examinees of this year's grand examination were all very clear on this point. Therefore, disciples from Star Caesar Academy, Li Palace College, and Temple Seminary were jealous of Chen Chongsheng and were also somewhat grateful. As for these two female disciples from the Holy Maiden Peak and the disciples from the other sects of the South, their feelings towards Chen Chongsheng were much more complex. No one from the South liked Chen Chongsheng, but they had to accept his favor. Yi Xiaolian was only a little girl. Her way of thinking was much more childish and direct. Initially, when she had humiliated Chen Chongsheng on the Divine Avenue, her attitude had gradually changed. After that night in the Mausoleum of Books, there was only reverence and gratitude. Now, looking at Chen Chongsheng's back, she felt much more at ease, as if she had found someone to rely on. She supported her senior and stood behind Chen Chongsheng, staring at the master and disciple from Clear Void Monastery. The middle-aged cultivator naturally didn't care about the anger in her eyes. He only cared about Chen Chongsheng's attitude. He believed that with his cultivation at the middle stage of ethereal opening, no matter how talented Chen Chongsheng was, even if the youth with the cold aura beside him was the legendary wolf cub, he still couldn't defeat him. However, as a member of a branch family of the Orthodoxy, how could he not fear Chen Chongsheng's Li Palace background? Taking advantage of the fact that Chen Chongsheng hadn't had the time to say anything, he promptly said, "The Garden of Zhou is very large. Us two master and disciple still have to search for it. Principal Chen, we will take our leave." Senior Tong looked at Chen Chongsheng and said apologetically, "Finding treasures in the Garden of Zhou depends on one's own ability. I originally didn't have the face to ask for Senior Chen's help, but that magical artifact is the beloved possession of a senior from the temple. Before this journey, she had someone bring a message for us to help her take it back, so please—" Her words stopped here because she also felt that this request was somewhat unreasonable. Chen Chongsheng really didn't know what to do. The master and disciple from the Clear Void Monastery had launched a sneak attack to steal the object. Naturally, it couldn't be considered honorable, but the rules of the Garden of Zhou were as such. Moreover, they were a member of the orthodoxy and didn't lack the slightest bit of etiquette towards him. On the contrary, although he had an engagement with Suyu Rong, he had no relationship with Holy Maiden Peak. North and south had always been different paths. How could he help the southerners move against the northerners? This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome multiple-choice question. He only felt that the saints who had laid down these rules for the Garden of Zhou were truly loathsome. At this moment, an extremely austere sword intent came from the distant mountain forest. The expression of the middle-aged cultivator changed slightly. He clasped his hands towards Qin Changsheng and prepared to leave with his disciple. Senior Tong sighed lightly, but didn't say anything. Yi Xiaolian, on the other hand, stared at Qin Changsheng with wide eyes, as if she didn't understand why he would let them leave just like that. She thought to herself, "You're the son-in-law of Holy Maiden Peak." But she completely didn't realize that by thinking this way, Qin Changsheng had already replaced Qiu Shanjun's previously seemingly irreplaceable position in her heart. Qin Changsheng looked at the master and disciple who were waiting across the river and finally made a decision. Yet, at this moment, the leaves lightly swayed and Zhuang Huanyu appeared on the riverbank. He looked at Qin Changsheng, his expression cold and indifferent. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. He would see what Qin Changsheng would do. "Thank you, everyone. I'm going to drink. I'll drink less. My body really isn't as good as it was in the past, but life still needs to find joy." Chapter 253. On the entire journey, Zhuang Huanyu had always been in his carriage, rarely showing his face. Perhaps he was intentionally avoiding Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng did not care about this person. He did not even know that he had also left the Mausoleum of Books, arrived at Hanqiu City, and entered the Garden of Zhou. But he knew very well why Zhuang Huanyu had appeared and why he was looking at him. He was the principal of the Orthodox Academy. Whether it was the attitude of the Li Palace or the instructions of the Archbishop before entering the garden, the cultivators of the northern sects should have regarded him as their leader. Of course, he had to be fair in handling matters. The problem was, at this moment, how could he handle matters that could be considered fair? He took a step forward, but was blocked by Zheshio. Zhuang Huanyu's eyes revealed a mocking expression. Zheshio's face remained expressionless as he slowly said, "You don't need to care about this matter." It was not that Qin Changsheng could not care, but that someone else would. The austere sword intent that had come from the distant forest did not belong to Zhuang Huanyu, but someone else. That master and disciple from the Clear Void Monastery were very clear on this point, so they were in a hurry to leave. At this moment, the austere sword intent arrived on the riverbank, directly breaking through the forest on the shore, and tyrannically chopped at the master of the Clear Void Monastery. The master's expression suddenly changed. With a fierce yell, he held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. Only an extremely clear sound of impact could be heard. Waves of qi violently surged from the riverbank, and the water splashed chaotically, revealing the pebbles at the bottom of the river. Only now did the crowd clearly see the sword that had flown out of the forest. Just as the sword was about to be blocked by the master of the Clear Void Monastery, it suddenly gave off a brilliant light, and its power suddenly rose, as if it wanted to cut the entire river in half. With a huge boom, all the water flowing in the river was jolted into the air. Countless pebbles rolled chaotically, and dust rose from the riverbank. The master of the Clear Void Monastery gave a muffled groan, as if his chest had been struck by a heavy blow. His knees bent slightly, and like a paper kite with its string cut, he flew towards the other side of the river, his feet leaving 2 clear marks on the ground. Only after he had retreated more than 10 zhang did he stop. His face was extremely pale, and a clear sword wound had appeared on his chest. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his lips. The river water that had risen into the sky fell back down at this moment, splashing loudly. The temple head of the clear void temple was completely drenched, looking very miserable. The young Taoist hurriedly ran across the river. What a domineering mountain spirit, splitting cliff. Chen Chongqing looked at this scene and thought to himself. Back then, at the Ivy Festival, Qi Jian had used this mountain Li sword technique against Tang 36, but at that time, Qi Jian hadn't reached ethereal opening yet. Compared to the mountain demon, splitting cliff, that Tang 36 used, it was a completely different concept. He and Jishio turned to look into the forest and saw Liang Xiao and Qi Jian walking out. Where do you want to go? The river began to flow again, but the sound of the water could not cover Liang Xiao's cold voice. On the other side of the river, the master and disciple of the clear void temple supported each other and prepared to leave. They were both at the middle level of ethereal opening, but the sword arts of Mount Li were much stronger than the sword arts of the clear void monastery. How could a nameless abbot of the clear void monastery be mentioned in the same breath as the divine state's 7 laws? There was no other way but to admit defeat. Hearing this, the master of the clear void monastery turned around and looked over. His pale face revealed anger, and he said, "What do you want?" Liang Xiao expressionlessly said, "Leave the item behind." The master of the clear void monastery clenched his teeth and threw over the damaged, magical artifact in his hand. Liang Xiao still had no intention of letting them leave. He continued, "Then come and apologize." The master of the clear void monastery yelled, "Don't go too far! Don't rely on the strength of Mount Li to be so excessive." As he said this, he looked at Chen Chongsheng. The rules of the Garden of Zhou were like this. The 2 senior and junior sisters of Holy Maiden Peak could not defeat him, so the magical artifact naturally belonged to him. He could not defeat Liang Xiao, so he naturally could not keep the magical artifact. So he asked himself if there was anything he needed to apologize to the Southerners. Liang Xiao seemed to not understand his meaning. He caught the magical artifact and, without hesitation, handed it over to Senior Tong of Holy Maiden Peak. The southern continent had the advantage of having the Longevity Sect and Holy Maiden Peak watching over and helping each other. It was only because of this that they were able to maintain their relative independence under the might of the great Zhou and the Orthodoxy for so many years. The disciples of the 2 great sects would normally refer to each other as senior and junior, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were from the same sect. Liang Xiao gripped his sword and continued to walk towards the other side of the river. Chen Chongqing said, "His injuries are very heavy and he has no more strength to fight." This sentence did not mean that it was enough, but it meant that it was enough that it was enough. Liang Xiao stopped and turned to look at Chen Chongsheng, his eyes slightly cold. The Mount Li Sword Sect and the Orthodox Academy had countless entanglements that were difficult to resolve, and Liang Xiao was not like Go Hanqi and the others who had shared the same roof with Chen Chongsheng. In his eyes, Chen Chongsheng was an extremely loathsome person. Jishio still stood in front of Chen Chongsheng, his face expressionless, although he was currently at the initial stage of ethereal opening, an entire level lower than Liang Xiao. There was no fear on his face, not even a hint of nervousness. Just like what he had said to Chen Chongsheng in the forest outside the Mausoleum of Books, if he could fight to the death in the grand examination, he would not even fear Go Hanqi, let alone Liang Xiao, who was only ranked 3rd among the divine state's 7 laws. This was the confidence that had been cultivated from seeing life and death and killing countless demons. Qi Jian looked at Jishio, creased his brow, and walked to Liang Xiao's side. Liang Xiao looked at Chen Chongsheng and said mockingly, "You didn't say anything before, and now you're pretending to be fair." Chen Chongsheng thought about it, but did not explain what he had been preparing to do. Senior Tong from Holy Maiden Peak did not want the 2 sides to clash because of her, so she gently tried to mediate. Liang Xiao said nothing, but the mockery on his face grew stronger and stronger. "Ever since the Mausoleum of Books, you've always seemed to be hostile to me." Chen Chongsheng looked at him, and seriously asked, "I don't understand why." Liang Xiaoxiao seemed to have heard an extremely stupid question. "I'm a disciple of the Mount Li Sword sect. Isn't it normal for me to be hostile to you?" Chen Changxing thought about it, then pointed at Zhuang Huanyu under the tree and said, "Then he's a student of the Heavenly Tao Academy, so why is he always hostile to me?" Liang Xiaoxiao said, "Perhaps you should consider, when the entire world is hostile to you, is it because you've done something wrong?" Chen Changsheng was silent for a while, then said, "I've seriously considered this question, and realized that it's also possible that this world is wrong." Qi Jian lightly pulled on Liang Xiaoxiao's sleeve. Liang Xiaoxiao's expression was indifferent, and he said no more. Chen Changsheng shook his head, waded across the river, and arrived at the side of the master and disciple from the Clear Void Monastery. Seeing the terrifying sword wound on the Clear Void Monastery master's chest, he said, "The injury is too severe. You have to leave." The young Taoist thought to himself that they had not even entered the garden of Zhou for half a day, yet they had to leave without obtaining anything. His face immediately revealed an unwilling expression. Chun Chongsheng said, "Previously your master also said that this is the rule of the garden of Zhou." The young Taoist looked at him and said indignantly, "You're an important figure of the orthodoxy. Why won't you help us?" Chun Chongsheng did not reply, and continued to take the pulse of the Clear Void Monastery master. He lowered his head and said, "We have to hurry." The Clear Void Monastery master nodded his head weakly. His experience and knowledge were naturally different from his disciples. He knew that although Chen Changsheng had not helped him before, if he had not been there, he would definitely have been injured even more severely by the two young experts from the Mount Li Sword sect. He took out the gray string from his waist, which he had obtained before entering the garden, and lit it with trembling hands. A faint green smoke rose from the burning string, slowly floating above the river, and then gradually disappearing into the sky of the garden of Zhou. Chen Changsheng could faintly feel that this green smoke had merged into the sky, and the spatial barrier that separated the garden of Zhou from the real world had begun to react. Logically speaking, spatial techniques were the most wondrous of realms. A single burning gray string was definitely not enough to transport a person to the gate of the garden of Zhou that was several dozen li away. So these gray strings should have used the laws of the world of the garden of Zhou, or even be a product of the garden of Zhou from many years ago. The river slowly flowed, and the wet shore once again became dry. Although the young Taoist was still unwilling, he had no other choice. He knew that after his master left, he would definitely have to leave the garden of Zhou, or else, with his cultivation and sword arts, he would not be able to contend against the experts in the garden. Time slowly passed, and the gray string in the Clear Void Monastery master's hand gradually burned out. The river continued to flow, and the water grass continued to float. Nothing happened. The Clear Void Monastery master was still lying on the riverbank. Chun Changsheng was somewhat surprised and asked in confusion, "Could it be that the gray string lost its effect?" Zhishio slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the young Taoist. The young Taoist stared blankly and then reacted. He took out his gray string from his waist and lit it. Because of his nervousness, his hands were somewhat trembling. After a while, the young Taoist's gray string also finished burning, but still nothing happened. He held the remaining string in his hand, and his face became somewhat pale. The Clear Void Monastery master's face became even paler. Liang Xiaoxiao's mountain spirit splits the rocks was too tyrannical. With just 2 moves, a terrifying sword wound had appeared on his chest, and blood was still constantly flowing out. If he could not return to the garden gate in time and ask the priests of the orthodoxy to treat him, his life might really be in danger. Just what is going on here? The young Taoist asked in panic and subconsciously looked around. The forest by the river was quiet, but at this moment, it suddenly seemed somewhat sinister. What had happened here had finally alarmed the people on the other side of the river. Qi Jian, Liang Xiaoxiao, and the pair from Holy Maiden Peak walked over. Even Zhuang Huanyu walked over. "There won't be any problems, right? My master, what about my master? He's still bleeding, he won't die, right?" The young Taoist looked at Qin Changsheng, his face full of unease and expectation. Liang Xiaoxiao looked at the sword wound on the clear, void monastery master's chest and slightly frowned. The ethereal opening cultivators that entered the garden of Zhou with a hope of humanity against the demons. How could the saints just watch them die so casually? The reason why the rules for entering the garden of Zhou seemed so cruel and cold-blooded was precisely because no matter how bitter the battle was, or how sinister the human heart was, at the final juncture, the gray string could always be used to directly leave the garden of Zhou. But now, the gray string had lost its effect. Qin Changsheng took out his box of needles, and first helped the clear, void monastery master stop the bleeding. Then he stood up and looked down the river into the distance. This chapter today, 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 254. The lower reaches of the stream were hills, meandering along. Faintly, a distant plain could be seen. Nothing seemed to have changed from when they had first arrived. But Qin Changsheng knew that something was definitely wrong with this world. Just as he was silently looking at this world, Zhuang Huanyu prepared to leave. "It's best if you don't leave by yourself." Qin Changsheng turned around, looked at him, and said seriously, "The gray string has failed. Something must have happened. It's best if we investigate clearly. Otherwise, I'm worried that something might go wrong." Zhuang Huanyu stopped, slightly raised his eyebrows, and said, "Sunday only opens for 100 days. Every moment inside is precious. Don't tell me you want me to waste time on such a small matter." Qin Changsheng said, "You've already spent time watching the battle. Why do you care about spending a bit more?" "Fine." Zhuang Huanyu looked at him and said, "If something really did go wrong, then of course we have to go to the garden gate to investigate. We're at least several dozen li away from the garden gate. Who's going?" Just as he had said before, every moment in the garden of Zhou was incomparably precious to the cultivators that entered the garden, going from the riverside where they were to the gate of the garden and back. Even if they used up all their true essence, would still require at least an hour of time. Who would be willing to waste so much time on something like this? Qi Jian seemed to be somewhat moved and was about to say something, but Liang Xiaoxiao shook his head at the side. He thought of the heavy responsibility his master had entrusted to him, so he could only remain silent. The riverside was very quiet, no one responded. Zhuang Huanyu looked at Qin Changsheng and said with slight mockery, "You see, no one is willing to go. Since it was your idea, why don't you go?" Qin Changsheng did not directly answer him, but looked at the heavily injured master of Clear Void Monastery. Qi Jian understood his meaning and said, "I'll go." Then he looked at Liang Xiaoxiao and said something in a low voice. His attitude was very firm. "Fine. I think you can look in the forest, but it's best if you don't go too far." Qin Changsheng was very clear that these disciples that entered the garden of Zhou were like that senior from Holy Maiden Peak. Most of them had missions from their sections. After saying this, he walked down the stream. Zhixiu did not say anything and followed behind him. Arriving at the bend at the bottom of the stream, Qin Changsheng confirmed that the people on the riverbank could not see him, then said to Zhixiu, "I'm going into the forest for a while. Wait for me here." Zhixiu did not know what he wanted to do, nor did he want to pry into his secrets, so he indifferently nodded his head. After entering the quiet forest and climbing up the mountain, Qin Changsheng stopped and looked at the grassland that was burning under the sun and the mountain that extended into the depths of the grassland. His right hand grasped the hilt of the short sword at his waist and said in a low voice, "Can you help me and go check out the gate of the garden?" At some point, the black dragon had landed on his shoulder. As it gazed at the mountain in the distance, a strange light appeared in its eyes. It felt somewhat perplexed, as if there was something there that was attracting it. "I have a feeling that the gate to the garden is closed and we can't contact the outside world. So it doesn't matter if I go or you go. Just be careful on the road and don't let anyone see you. Chun Chang Sheng turned his head, looked at the black dragon on his shoulder, and earnestly requested. The black dragon retracted its gaze from the mountain and squeaked twice at him. Somewhat vexed, Chun Chang Sheng said, I have things that you don't even care for. This sword was given to me by my senior brother, so I can't give it to you. The black dragon coldly looked at him, its meaning very clear. You're not willing to pay any price, yet you still dare to ask me to do something? Chun Chang Sheng thought it over, then said, How about this? I'll agree to one of your requests. I'm currently the principal of the Orthodox Academy. In the future, I might be able to get my hands on many strange treasures. The black dragon's slitted eyes slightly narrowed, apparently very satisfied with this answer. A cool breeze suddenly blew through the forest, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart. The black dragon transformed into a blur and instantly pierced through the air. In a short while, Chun Chang Sheng walked out of the forest. He looked at Jeshio with a grave expression and said, The gate to the garden is closed. Jeshio slightly raised his eyebrows, but said nothing, nor did he ask how Chun Chang Sheng had found out about the situation of the garden gate in such a short amount of time. Returning to the riverbank, the other people had many questions about how Chun Chang Sheng had so quickly confirmed the news. Zhuang Huanyu's indifferent face revealed a hint of ridicule, and Liang Xiaoxiao directly asked, If you say it's closed, then it's closed. Chun Chang Sheng did not explain, saying, If you believe it, then believe it. Without waiting for Liang Xiaoxiao and Zhuang Huanyu to continue asking questions, he crouched down and continued to treat the injuries of the master of the Clear Void Monastery. Qi Jian said, I believe it. Liang Xiaoxiao looked at him and slightly frowned, as if he did not understand why his junior brother had so much trust in Chun Chang Sheng, an opponent of the Mount Li Sword sect. Second brother said that if something happens in the Garden of Zhou, Chun Chang Sheng is the person he can trust the most, Qi Jian said. Chun Chang Sheng was currently taking the pulse of the master of the Clear Void Monastery, his fingers slightly stiff. When he had left the mausoleum of books, Go Hanshi had asked him to take care of the disciples of Mount Li. At the time, he had thought that Go Hanshi was just being polite, but he did not think that Go Hanshi would actually really think this way. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his shoulders had become a little heavier, but his heart had become much more relaxed. This sort of feeling was very comfortable. After confirming that the injuries of the master of the Clear Void Monastery would not worsen too quickly, he stood up and asked Jishio to prepare the tools for treatment. He said to Liang Xiaoxiao and the others, I've confirmed that the laws of the Garden of Zhou have not been broken. It has only been disturbed by some sort of external power. Within 100 days, the gate should open again, but I don't know when it will open. Liang Xiaoxiao slightly frowned and said, What sort of power can disturb a miniature world? Qi Jian thought it over, then said, Either the power is strong enough or the person who used this power has an extremely deep understanding of the Garden of Zhou. Chun Chang Sheng nodded and said, I believe it's the latter. Yi Xiaolian opened her eyes and asked curiously, Who could it be? Chun Chang Sheng and the others looked at each other, but did not say anything. Several hundred human cultivators had entered the Garden of Zhou, so the person who wanted to do something was obviously the enemy of humanity. The enemy of humanity was the demon race. We have to be careful. Qi Jian looked at the plains below the river and said worriedly, We have to think of a way to quickly notify the others. They were not sure, or perhaps they had never imagined, that there would be demons that would infiltrate the Garden of Zhou. However, since the Garden of Zhou had changed and the gray strings had lost their effectiveness, in order to prevent the human cultivators from being too ruthless and causing irreparable losses, they had to spread the news that the Garden of Zhou had closed as quickly as possible. However, the Garden of Zhou was just too vast. Several hundred human cultivators did not seem to be a small number, but when they were scattered within, they seemed extremely sparse. Moreover, Since everyone's goal was to enter the Garden of Zhou to search for treasures, many people would presumably go into hiding. Under these circumstances, it was very rare for them to occasionally meet. The reason why these people would meet by the river was because they all had their own ideas regarding the sword pool. Regardless of whether it was the Orthodox Academy, the Mountly Sword Sect, or the Heavenly Tao Academy, they had probably all left behind some records regarding the sword pool. As a result, they had all gone against the current and arrived here. They were all well aware of this point. As for the master and disciple from the Clear Void Monastery, from the moment they entered the Garden of Zhou, they had been keeping an eye on this pair of martial sisters from Holy Maiden Peak. From a certain perspective, they truly were experienced and farsighted. The world of the Garden of Zhou was vast, divided into 3 large regions by 3 mountain ranges. That famous plain that no one had ever dared to enter was located in the center. At the edge of the mountain ranges and hills, which was also the edge of the Garden of Zhou, there were several gardens. These gardens were rumored to be Zhou ****'s residence in the past, so it was highly likely that he hid treasures there. As a result, when a normal cultivator entered the Garden of Zhou, they would first search those places. Liang Xiaoxiao said to Qi Jian, "Going to those places is too far and too time-consuming." He did not finish his sentence, but Qi Jian understood what he meant. In fact, everyone present also roughly understood what he meant. It seemed that the Mountly Sword Sect was extremely confident in the information related to the sword pool, or perhaps in the past few decades, the elders of Mountly had analyzed a few things. Liang Xiaoxiao and Qi Jian were obviously in a hurry to leave. In the Mausoleum of Books, Chen Chongqing had often treated Zhixiu, so Zhixiu was extremely familiar with that case. It did not take long for him to prepare all the items he needed. Chen Chongqing did not care about what the 2 brothers from the Mountly Sword Sect were thinking. Taking the items, he squatted down and began to formally treat the Clear Void Monastery master's wound. The copper needles entered the body, and the master's bleeding had already stopped. What he needed to do now was to stitch up the wound. Yi Xiaolian glanced at it from the side, and her face could not help but pale. Even the hands of the young Taoist from the Clear Void Monastery that were supporting his master began to tremble. As cultivators, whether they were exchanging pointers within the sect or fighting in the world, they had naturally seen blood. However, they had rarely seen a metal needle pierce through a human's flesh. After sewing up the sword wound on the Clear Void Monastery master's chest, and then using a clean cloth to bandage it, Chen Chongqing did not end his treatment. Instead, he began to use the needles to clear the meridians in his abdomen that had been injured by Liang Xiaoxiao's sword intent. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed slightly, especially that Senior Tong from Holy Maiden Peak. Holy Maiden Peak's South Stream Temple, as well as the capital's 13 divisions of Radiant Green, were the sects of the cultivation world most skilled in treatment. In the past 1,000 years, in the bitter war between humans and demons, the figures of women dressed in white could always be seen. They had played an extremely important role in this war. She had not expected that she would be able to see such exquisite medical skills in the Garden of Zhou today, and Chen Chongqing had clearly not cultivated in the orthodoxy's sacred light technique. The riverbank was quiet, with only the gurgling of water and the occasional groan from the Clear Void Monastery master. Everyone looked at Chen Chongqing, not daring to disturb him. Huan Yu did not like this sort of scene. Slightly raising his brows, he nodded at Liang Xiaoxiao, then walked upstream into the forest. Chen Chongqing saw this scene from the corner of his eyes, but he did not try to dissuade him. After a short while, he confirmed that the injuries of the Clear Void Monastery master were not serious. He stood up, looked at Qi Jian, and said, "I also have to go. I have to think of a way to find other people. Just like you are worried, they still don't know about the Garden of Zhou's closure. Once a dispute arises, they will definitely not leave a path of retreat and will be extremely vicious. If that happens, problems will arise and people might even die." Liang Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly, He felt that these words were directed at him, but he did not understand that Qin Changxing was only speaking of the matter as it stood. Qi Jian was somewhat embarrassed and said, "We also have our reasons for leaving." Understood. Qin Changxing looked at the pair from Holy Maiden Peak and said, "Can I trouble you to look after them for a while? I should be able to rush back before midnight." Senior Tong was slightly taken aback. She did not think that he would make such a request, but after thinking it over, she agreed. Previously, she had been ambushed, but now she had to look after them. If she was not a disciple of Holy Maiden Peak, she really would not have been able to accept it. Qin Changsheng smiled gratefully, then once again walked downstream with Shishio. The sun shone brightly, dispersing much of the sinister atmosphere of the forest. In the southeast of the Garden of Zhou, there was a garden built against a mountain. According to the rumors, this garden was built after the Zhou family became middle-aged, and because they liked the quiet and the chirping of birds, it was called the Mountainside Whispering Wood. The Mountainside Whispering Wood was not the garden at the entrance of the Garden of Zhou, but it was closest to the gate. Because every time cultivators entered the Garden of Zhou, the garden at the gate would first pass through that place, so it had long since been searched through countless times. It was impossible for later cultivators to pick up any leftovers, so this year, when cultivators entered the Garden of Zhou, many of them first went to the Mountainside Whispering Wood. The chirping of birds in the mountains was like music, the silent flowing water in the garden, the winding corridors, the flying eaves, the painted walls, and the windows. According to the iron laws of human cultivation, besides magical artifacts and legacies, the Garden of Zhou's original furnishings were not allowed to be touched. As a result, even after several hundred years, this place still retained 70% of its tranquility and 90% of its nobility. However, in a certain room in the depths of the garden, there was only fear and unease. The tranquility and nobility had long since been washed away by the stench of blood. 10 cultivators surrounded the room, their complexions extremely unsightly. A cultivator fell to the ground, his abdomen pierced by a sword, leaving a wound about 5 fingers wide. His left hand covered the wound, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. It was even possible to see his intestines being squeezed out. He was already on the verge of death, and the gray string in his right hand had long since burned out, leaving behind only a little ash. Another cultivator's complexion was pale as he incessantly said, "I didn't do it on purpose. I thought that perching on the tree would at most injure him. I didn't think that his true chi would freeze in that moment and he wouldn't be able to raise his sword. I really didn't do it on purpose. And even if the gray string burns, it's useless." The injured cultivator's abdomen had been pierced through and blood flowed freely. It seemed like he was on the verge of death. The surrounding cultivators grew more and more unsightly. What made them most uneasy was, why had the gray string lost its effect? Could it be that they could only watch as this person died? At this moment, several women dressed in white ceremonial robes arrived at the Mountainside Whispering Wood. The garden resounded with shouts of pleasant surprise and greetings. One woman did not enter the room. She stood on the covered bridge, silently gazing at the sun gradually descending into the plains. It seemed like she had discovered something. Try to finish the next chapter before 11. Chapter 255. As the sunlight fell on the girl's face, her delicate and pretty face, which could not be described as beautiful, immediately became much more radiant and beautiful. She calmly gazed at the distant sun and thought about the things that had happened after entering the garden today. She had a rough idea of what had happened. At this moment, a white-clothed girl from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green hurried over and whispered, "That person's injuries are too severe. Senior sister." The girl nodded, indicating that she should go first and that she would follow soon after. The girl from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green walked back into the house. Ignoring the objections of the injured disciple, she drove everyone out. Only then did the girl walk back into the house. 2 girls from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green were currently treating the injured disciple, but his injuries were too severe. The common healing methods of the Lee Palace were very difficult to use. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stop the blood from flowing from the disciple's abdomen. Seeing her arrive, the girls from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green immediately sighed in relief and hurriedly made way. The girl walked up to the injured disciple, glanced at him, then raised her right hand and placed it in the air above the disciple's abdomen. A faint green light fell from her palm. Like flowing water, it was even more gentle than flowing water, and it constantly fell on the injured disciple's body. The blood that had been flowing out of the disciple's wound suddenly stopped. Soon after, the light from the girl's palm changed color. From a pleasant and refreshing green, it turned into a sacred and solemn milky white. The pure white light shone on the disciple's abdomen, and the terrifying wound began to visibly heal. The Garden of Zhou has a problem. I suspect that the gate to the garden has already closed. In a little while, have those cultivators choose the fastest one to go to the gate and see. The girl stood up and said to the girls, "After I leave, light up 2 fireworks. I believe that the people in the mountains and rivers should be able to see them." Whether it was Holy Maiden Peak or the 13 divisions of Radiant Green, they had always used fireworks on the battlefield. To cultivators and human armies, these 2 fireworks represented hope. Although they were currently in the Garden of Zhou, they believed that those cultivators who had been injured in battle but could not pass through the gray line would think of a way to come to the mountainside whispering wood after seeing these 2 fireworks. A slightly older girl from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green worriedly asked, "Senior sister, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to do something," the girl said calmly, then turned around and left. Looking at the back of the young girl, disappearing into the depths of the garden, the women of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green were speechless. Only after a while did someone recall the miraculous scene they had just seen. A young girl said in admiration, "That's the sacred light technique, right? I really didn't expect Senior Sister to have cultivated the sacred light technique to such a level at such a young age. In my opinion, even Teacher might not be able to do it. The sacred light technique came after, and it should have started with the natural light of Holy Maiden Peak." The slightly older woman smiled and said, "Senior Apprentice Sister will first study in our academy, then go to Holy Maiden Peak to cultivate. She is skilled in both the north and south, so she is naturally extraordinary." Night gradually approached, and the Garden of Zhou became slightly chilly. Especially in the foothills, there was a slight chill. The white robes of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green were rather thick, able to block out the wind and keep out the cold. The young girl was not worried about this. She seemed to be casually walking through the mountains, but in reality, she was searching for the cultivators that had entered the garden. She had the same opinion as Chen Chongsheng and Qi Jian. No matter how powerful one was, it was impossible to truly change the rules of the miniature world that was the Garden of Zhou. The closing of the garden gate should only be a temporary matter. The problem was that the sudden closing of the Garden of Zhou would bring many dangers to the several hundred cultivators inside. These dangers came from within the human cultivators themselves, but also from other places. In front of the cliff, she met a student from the Starseeker Academy. That student was not injured in a fight, but when he was using his body technique, his Zhan Yuan had a problem, and he fell down from the cliff. Even after his body had been purified, he could not withstand the impact from that height, and his bones were fractured in many places. If she had not met him, he would have died. The night gradually deepened, and the mountain forest became rather gloomy. In the distance, one could faintly see the light emitted by a bonfire. It seemed that quite a few cultivators had already discovered the abnormality. They did not care what competitors they attracted, and only wanted to find companions as much as possible. At this moment, anyone in the Garden of Zhou could become their companion. The young girl walked towards the nearest bonfire, her white robes fluttering in the darkness. In the darkness of the Garden of Zhou, The most eye-catching things were those bonfires. It was just that some bonfires, perhaps because they were too far away, were very difficult to see. Chun Changxing and Zhixiu walked out of the forest. He looked at the bonfire on a nearby hill and said, "Let's start from nearby. There's no need to rush." Zhixiu did not say anything. As a descendant of the wolf tribe, the thing he lacked the least was patience. Chun Changxing very quickly thought of this and felt somewhat embarrassed. He then thought of another matter and asked, "There should still be quite a few magical artifacts left in the Garden of Zhou. If you follow me like this, don't you feel like you're at a disadvantage?" Zhixiu replied, "And you? Don't tell me you don't care about being at a disadvantage?" Chun Changxing replied, "When I think that the Mountly Sword sect might know the exact location of the sword pool, that Liang Xiaoxiao and Qi Jian are currently heading there, and that Zhuang Huanyu might even be able to find it, of course, I still care a little. But tonight, many people will definitely be injured and even die. I can't just ignore it." Zhixiu looked into his eyes and seriously asked, "Why can't you just ignore it?" To this wolf youth that had grown up in the cruel snowy plains, any kind of benevolence was a fatal weakness. He really did not understand why humans and demi-humans could not just ignore it. A little soft-hearted, Chun Changxing thought it over, then said, "I just can't bear it." Zhixiu fell silent for a while, then said, "The responsibility of the strong is to make themselves even stronger. Only then can they protect even more of the weak." Chun Changxing honestly said, "Maybe I don't have the self-awareness of an expert? Besides, since the Li Palace has me lead these people, I have to bear some responsibility, and it seems like I'm the only one here who knows how to treat illnesses." Zhixiu said nothing more. Chun Changxing asked, "You still haven't answered my first question." Zhixiu replied, "Tang Tang has paid, so I'm your bodyguard." Chun Changxing thought of that friend that was still in the mausoleum of books, thought of that yellow paper umbrella and sighed, "It's really good to be rich." Zhixiu finally said, "And I always feel that if I follow you, I won't be at a disadvantage." As they spoke, the two did not slow down. It didn't take long before they arrived at the top of the hill. They saw the bonfire and the people around it. From their clothes, they seemed to be two cultivators from the south. For some reason, they had fought with their swords, resulting in both sides suffering heavy injuries. Both of their bodies had several wounds. To Chun Changxing's surprise, these two southern cultivators were sleeping soundly. The wounds on their bodies had already healed. If not for the mottled bloodstains on their clothes, it would have been impossible to tell that they were injured. He walked up to the two southern cultivators and took their pulses. Then he opened their eyes and carefully examined them. Finally, he lifted up their clothes and looked at their wounds. Although their wounds could not be said to be as smooth as before, they were clearly fine. Their deep sleep was probably the result of smelling the soul-calming incense, which helped them recover. It's a senior sister from the 13 divisions of Radiant Green. She gave them the remembrance severing incense. Chun Changxing stood up and said to Zhixiu, "With someone helping to save people, we should be able to relax a little." Zhixiu, however, shook his head. "It's not the 13 divisions of Radiant Green." Chun Changxing's expression changed slightly. He thought, "I'm well versed in the Taoist canon and have a deep understanding of the methods of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green. For the wounds of these two southern cultivators to heal so quickly, with some divine qi still lingering on the edges of their wounds, it was clearly the orthodoxy's sacred light technique." Why did Zhixiu say that it was not the 13 divisions of Radiant Green? The orthodoxy's sacred light technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in the Li Palace, only 10-some bishops were able to use the sacred light technique at this level. Thus, he believed that the person who had treated these two southern cultivators was rather old, a senior sister, or even more likely a female professor. It was just that when he entered the garden, he had not noticed. It truly was the sacred light technique that healed their wounds, but the smell of the soul-calming incense isn't right. It's not the remembrance, severing incense of the 13 divisions of radiant green, but the least refined, stainless dust of Holy Maiden Peak. Jishio expressionlessly said to him, I've smelled the former incense many times, and I've smelled the latter once. I won't forget it, so I can't be mistaken. Only now did Chun Chongsheng remember that when he hunted demons in the snowy plains of the north, he would often carry out extremely dangerous missions for the great Zhou army. He had hovered on the edge of life and death countless times. In terms of understanding of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green and Holy Maiden Peak, these two great holy lands of healing, there truly weren't many people who could compare to him. To know the sacred light technique and also have the stainless dust at their side. Who is this? He muttered to himself. He thought to himself, to be able to understand the strengths of both the northern and southern sects, it must be an extraordinary senior. But how could this senior still be at ethereal opening? Jeshio calmly looked at him, saying nothing. Slightly surprised, Qin Changxing asked, Why are you staring at me? Jishio looked into his eyes and asked, Do you really not know, or are you just playing dumb? Qin Changxing stared blankly, and then he understood. For a moment, he couldn't help but stare blankly once more. One of the most important reasons he had entered the garden of Zhou was to see the young lady and then personally return the marriage contract to her. It was just that so many things had happened after he entered the garden of Zhou that he had actually forgotten about this matter, forgotten that she was also in the garden of Zhou. To be able to understand the strengths of both the northern and southern sects, to be able to cultivate the sacred light technique to such a level at ethereal opening, and also to have the precious stainless dust at her side in all these years, did it seem like she was the only one on the continent? He looked at Jishio, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. It can't be. Jishio expressionlessly looked at him and said, It is. Qin Changsheng said no more. Gazing at the dark mountains, he thought about how she had also stood here before, by the same bonfire. For some reason, he felt rather strange. Go, Jishio asked. Qin Changsheng suddenly turned around and walked to the side of the two southern cultivators. Taking out his copper needles, he began to treat them. Jishio was somewhat confused. He thought, since Su Yurong has already been treated, why do you need to do something unnecessary? The next chapter is even faster. I've already written several hundred characters. Every time I write about Qin Su, I feel an indescribable joy. Chapter 256. Using the sacred light technique to staunch the bleeding and regenerate the flesh, then using the stainless dust to calm the mind. Is that enough? These two still have so many chaotic masses of true essence in their meridians. If they don't think of a way to clean them out, when they wake up, their cultivations might drop by 30%. Some people think that just because they've learned a few techniques, they can treat illnesses and save people. It's truly not appropriate. Qin Changsheng moved the needles like the wind as he muttered to himself. Jeshio looked down at him and said, You can replace the some people in the previous sentence with her. Qin Changsheng finished his work and stood up. He looked at him and explained seriously, I'm not comparing anything with her. Jishio very seriously replied, I don't believe it. Qin Changsheng felt his face heat up and said no more. He prepared to wake these two southern cultivators and have them meet up with the others by the river. Just then he saw that something had been drawn on the ground by the bonfire. After careful examination, he realized that it was a map and a simple line of words. The words aren't bad. He silently said to himself, She wants them to go to the mountainside Whispering Wood. It seems that many people are gathering there. Jishio looked at him and asked, Should we go? Qin Changsheng did not even think, straightforwardly saying, No. Jishio asked why. I still have things to do. There are still many people waiting for me to treat their wounds fine. Qin Changsheng stood up. After a long period of silence, he somewhat embarrassedly said, I'm still not ready. The white ceremonial robes were particularly striking in the darkness. If they were on the streets of the common people, Perhaps they would be very frightening. But in the eyes of cultivators, these white ceremonial robes were just like the specially marked fireworks of the 13 divisions of Radiant Green and Holy Maiden Peak. They represented the hope of survival and the end of pain. Along the way, the young girl had already heard 2 shouts filled with surprise and tears, so when she saw the cultivator next to the bonfire at the bottom of the grassy slope appear so calm, she was momentarily not used to it. A moment later, she understood why. It turned out that the cultivator was in meditation. She walked up and realized that the cultivator's wound had already been bandaged. From the angle of the wound and the way it had been bandaged, it was probably not her doing the treatment. She was about to turn around and leave, but she remembered something and squatted down again. She reached out to untie the bandages and observed the wound inside. This cultivator's wound should have been caused by some sort of magical weapon from the temple seminary. The skin around the wound still had remnants of what was commonly known as stardust. However, the stardust in the wound had been washed clean by the person who treated the wound, and the wound had also been treated very well. It was actually sewn together with some sort of thread. The young girl thought to herself that the person who treated her was truly bold. Although there were records of this in the Taoist canon and the medicinal encyclopedia, it had been many years since anyone had done this. There should be no problem with the external injuries, but she was more concerned about the problems in the meridians. Being injured by a ritual implement and being injured by a sword were 2 different concepts. A sword could injure the body, and a ritual implement could injure the body. The ritual implements in the cultivation world were not as sharp as a sword, and their lethality was mainly reflected in the damage to the internal organs, especially the meridians. After this cultivator's external injuries were healed, he had been meditating. Perhaps there was even a problem with his sea of consciousness. She placed her finger on the cultivator's meridian and slowly poured in an extremely pure strand of true essence. Stimulated by this strand of true essence, the cultivator awoke from his meditative state. Seeing the young girl so close to him, he jumped in fright and subconsciously wanted to attack. The Garden of Zhou, which had been set down by the saints with its cruel rules, was truly a good place for human cultivators to sharpen their will and increase their battle prowess. The young girl did not pay any attention to him. She said, "Don't move, don't speak, close your eyes." The cultivator did not recognize her, at least not the current her. For some reason, when he heard her voice that was like a clear spring, he felt incomparable trust. He subconsciously relaxed and closed his eyes once more. After a while, the young girl stood up. She did not stay any longer and walked into the darkness. The bonfire made her shadow rather long. The cultivator awoke once more. Looking at her back, he felt somewhat perplexed. In that fleeting glance, he saw a delicate but very ordinary face, one that was very easy to forget. Why was it that when he looked at the young girl's back, he felt that her beauty was somewhat soul-stirring? The young girl was also rather perplexed. The cultivator's meridians were extremely smooth. The jolts and blockages left behind by the magical artifact of the temple seminary had all been resolved. Of the several hundred cultivators of the Garden of Zhou, who was the most skilled in medicine? Who was the most skilled in this sort of method? Who was at ethereal opening that could make such minute adjustments to a cultivator's meridians? She was different from Chen Changshen. She immediately thought of who it was. There's still some use. She silently thought to herself, listening to the sound of water. She arrived at the riverside. Looking at the bonfire, she realized that there were 2 people she recognized. Seeing her, the 2 young girls were very surprised. Yi Xiaolian's eyes revealed an expression of reverence. Senior Tong smiled in relief. Everything could be changed. Only the expression in one's eyes could not be changed. Moreover, she had not deliberately changed it, so her fellow disciples recognized her. She shook her head. Yi Xiaolian and Senior Dong understood and said nothing. She walked to the master of the clear void monastery and unwrapped his bandages. Glancing at him, her eyebrows slowly rose. "He treated you?" She asked Senior Sister Tong. Senior Tong cultivated with her in South Stream Temple, so she naturally knew of the matters between her and Chen Changshen. For a moment, she did not understand the meaning behind her question. I originally thought that he would be of some use, but who knew that he would treat him in such a mess? He only treated the sword wound on the outside, but the inside is still bleeding. Does he not care? For some reason, the more the girl thought, the angrier she became. The master of the Clear Void Monastery was currently very weak. He simply did not know what had happened, and his disciple was even more confused. He only saw the attitude of those two disciples from Holy Maiden Peak and knew that the person who had come could not be offended. The girl extended her right hand and lightly brushed his abdomen. A pure and holy ray of light descended from her palm. No matter how remote the Clear Void Monastery was, it was only a branch of the orthodoxy. How could the master not recognize the sacred light technique? He was instantly moved. He was even more certain that this girl was an extraordinary figure of the orthodoxy. He hurriedly rose to pay his respects. The girl slightly creased her brow and directly knocked him out. The disciple of the master of the Clear Void Monastery stood to the side in a daze. He did not dare to speak, much less do anything. After learning some medicine from Taoist Ji, did he think that he could cure everyone in the world? Did he not even think about it? Were cultivators and ordinary people the same thing? Were sword wounds and cold the same thing? The girl angrily thought of these things. She turned to Senior Tong and asked, "When will he return?" Senior Tong calculated the time. It was not far from the time Chen Changshan had mentioned. She said he should be back soon. The girl froze, then stood up and walked into the darkness. Senior Tong asked, "You are not waiting for him?" The girl did not answer. She quietly left, startling a few night birds in the forest. The next 2 days will probably be a little less updated, because I will have to go out